Another Swish stream with Steven. It's been a second. It's been a full week, actually, since we've done the stream. Took some time off for the holidays. Had some cool stuff happen this weekend with NRG. Was able to lock up Player of the Year, which was pretty sweet. And then Monday, wasn't able to stream because we were traveling back. But anyway, thanks everybody for tuning in today. We're going to play some Rakdos Midrange in a last chance qualifier. Before we get into that, though, let's remind everybody. Sedna, what's up, man? Yeah, pretty exciting. Garmok, thank you. God dang it, Sedna. The Twitch sub goals, let's remind, everybody of those. Once we hit 79 of those, we're giving away a signed set of Strangerrootgeist, Primeval Titans, and Reckoner Bankbusters, signed by myself, my teammate who overtook my first place on Saturday, but wasn't quite able to hold it on Sunday, Kyle Gonzalez, Amulet Master on the NRG series for sure, and Strangerrootgeist, signed by Chris Smith, who has also qualified for Player Champs. So all three of us being qualified for NRG Champs is really, really cool. Once you hit under 50, we're giving away a signed set of From the Vault Realm, or not a signed set, a set of From the Vault Realms, and 200, we're giving away a lightly played Tundra. So pretty cool stuff there. Let's give a shout out to All Star Sports and Games, which is the sponsor of the Swish Gaming. You can check them out Monday through Friday. Monday, they've got Commander going from 6 to midnight. Tuesday, they've got Pioneer firing at 6 o'clock, goes to about 10 o'clock usually. Thursday, we've got Proxy Legacy now. We're doing Proxy Legacy events instead of Modern, which is pretty cool. People are pretty excited about that, so we're hoping we can get some people out there for that. And in the near future, we're also hoping to have decks available for people when they show up. I don't think we've quite gotten to that point yet, but we plan to proxy up decks for people if you want to stop in and play some Legacy. There will be decks available in the very near future if you do not have your own proxy deck. But honestly, it doesn't take too much time to proxy up a deck, find a deck you want to play. So anyway, and then Friday, they've got draft starting at 8, and then Commander going from 6 to 2 in the morning. So pretty cool stuff. We also have a holiday deck exchange and ugly sweater contest coming up December 15th. So all very, very cool. Let's talk about the deck we're going to play a little bit today, and we're going to be in it in less than a minute. So I'm just going to talk about why I played basically this exact list at NRG. The Japanese RC, a list very close to this, got top 8, and I really liked it. 4 main deck Bankbuster makes a lot of sense right now. I took that deck and then added some ideas that Shota Yasoko was doing in his list as well. He had a Bitter Triumph, which I think makes a lot of sense, so I cut the second Go for the Throat from the initial list for another Bitter Triumph. I didn't love 4 4-drops in this deck, so I'm trying a third Torch the Tower instead of the second Archfiend. Still really good into Phoenix, which is where you want Archfiend, and I think will be better into Appraiser combo. And sideboard, I have cut Extinction Event entirely for a couple of Languishes, and I added a third Hidatsugu because of the popularity and success rate of Convoke. So that's what we got going on right now. Other than that, nothing too crazy. We're playing the good cards, playing the good deck. Still think this deck is very, very, very well positioned in the metagame, and I think the way the Japanese built it, I'm a big fan. So let's see how we can do in this last chance qualifier today. I'm going to keep this hand. Not the best hand in the world, but certainly not a mulligan. Hopefully our opponent is playing a deck where deal 2s are good. No idea what Trauma usually plays, but I'm going to keep this hand. I could go look it up, I guess, but we're not going to do that. Nope. You know, what's kind of cool about this hand is Sokensan can function as a spell if we needed to. So we'll love a 2-mana play off the top here. Blood Tithe Harvester or Bankbuster. Probably best possible draws regardless of what the matchup is. Okay, it looks like we may be playing a mirror match. No Gigantha revealed. Means probably not Racksack and probably not the Transmog deck that won Japan. I thought about playing that deck today too, actually, but that's not one I have a lot of reps with. So I didn't want to play it in a high-level event like this. But that is one I want to test, probably even tomorrow. We might even try that deck out tomorrow. All right, let's play this on black. And we're just going to pass it over. See what our opponent has on turn 2 here. Hopefully they don't have a Bank Buster, but even if they have a Bank Buster, at least we get to follow up with a Fable, which is certainly not horrid. Uh-huh. Got to get that clout in the title. That's right, man. Got to do it for at least a few days. Okay. Excuse me. I believe I'm going to Fable here, although playing a Bone Crusher is tempting. We're definitely just going to play Fable. I think I like the Mutavault here. We can play this next turn. Plan to pitch the Sokenzan. I guess I can wait on the Mutavault. I'm not like, there's a world where I would pitch this for better, like, colors, so whatever. Like, I know I'm going to want this land, like, almost certainly. Let's do this. Go ahead. It's pretty likely I'm just going to pitch Sokenzan Torch the tower, but we'll see. Okay, that's fine with me. This turn we get to... Okay, so this is pretty nuts. All right, that's a good draw, too. Yes, I will use the ability. I'm going to pitch Torch, and like I said, Sokenzan. Mutavault, I think, has more value to me. We definitely want the land here because we're going to stomp their thing, attack, and then play a Bone Man. So we're just going to pitch these two. Or, sorry, these two. Okay, Blackleaf Cliffs here. Little awkward. Actually, I'm probably just going to play this instead of this now, but all right, let's do this. Let's stomp this bad boy. Let's attack, and let's play a Graveyard Trespasser. Yield to this. I will say I do not have many tools for the mirror. It's a little awkward. I also just realized they played an Urborg, so that's kind of good, too. For us, I think. Makes the Mutavault in the den just super free. So I can tap for black, obviously. Let's eat this. Alright, go ahead. My opponent probably going to play a 4-drop here, which I will then be able to Fatal Push. We'll see what happens, but I'm expecting... Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm expecting my opponent to probably play a 4 here, but we'll see. They might, like, double spell. They might go Fable Push or something. Or Torch. Is my cat okay? Yeah, so I have 3 cats right now. I'm watching a cat for a friend, and they don't necessarily get along that well, so that's what you're hearing there. Again, I apologize. All right, so they're going to do this plus Torch the tower. That's pretty annoying. So they have Torch the tower. I mean, they could have Push, too. They have an Urborg. Gosh dang it, Sedna. Yeah. Alright, well... I mean, I think I just, like, offer the trade with the Trespasser here. And then probably go land Bone Man. I don't even know if I'm supposed to play the land, but I think I am. Alright, Sedna. Remind me after the match if you can remember to do so. Let's just offer the trade. This is fine. No blocks. Okay, that's kind of wild. Very surprised they didn't block anything there. Bone Man. No, this is right. This is right. Do it this way. So we'll leave that. Sulfur Springs up. Play this. I'm going to play this. Most people don't have Croaks. I mean, some people have Croaks in the main right now, so this is like... I don't know if I'm supposed to play that land. I do think I have a lot of ways to use my mana right now, so I think that is a good reason to do it, but... Because I have a Mutavault and a Hive, and a double spell turn, potentially, between the Blood Tithe, the Bone Crusher. Okay, Thoughtseize sucks. Thoughtseize really sucks here. Yeah, they're going to take the push. Okay, this could be bad, actually. This is not great. I really hate losing push here. Now they kill my Reflection. And then we're in an awkward spot. I guess we're not in that awkward of a spot. Like, still just am kind of beating them down, but... Yep. It's exactly what I thought was going to happen. It's a little unfortunate. Now, they only have one mana open. So it is very possible that, like, this can get through. Like, if my opponent doesn't have another kill spell, we're probably still in good shape just because of how much pressure we can apply. But it's, I mean, it's not, it's close. I mean, the Mutavault is dangerous for them too. Well, let's see what happens. I mean, I'm hoping we can get enough pressure before the Reflection takes over the game. Okay. Did not shock. They only have 2 cards in hand. How likely is it they have another removal spell? I think it's quite unlikely, given how the game has gone. Sedna. That's funny. Okay. So, sure. The rest here is pretty awkward. I think I just need to play my spells. I probably want to attack with Trespasser as well. They're going to trade is the issue. I mean, I think I have to send the Trespasser. I don't know. Maybe I don't. Elf Lord, yeah. I mean, I guess if they can't kill my Blood Tithe, I just get to kill their Fable. Or their Reflection. So, but I still think offering the trade is probably right. I don't know. Maybe I just don't even offer the trade here. Maybe we wait a turn. Because my opponent might put more creatures in the yard that I can eat. It's kind of an interesting turn cycle. It really is. All right, let's do the obvious stuff. I'm just going to do this. I mean, they know that I'm going to make this play. So, like, the question is trading good or bad? I'm not actually sure. I guess in this case, I would maybe want to eat my creature, but I think I'm supposed to just wait. I really do. So I'm going to play this. And I'm going to play this. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I don't know. This is so interesting to me if I'm supposed to force this trade. I guess I can just, like, eat my own Bone Crusher. I kind of don't hate that. You know what? I'm just going to swing. This is a tough call. I'm not sure if this is right or not, but I think I am going to do it. They will almost certainly trade. Yep. I'm not in great shape here, but I'm not in terrible shape either. I think this game is quite close. Those who may be wondering why I ultimately decided... God damn it, dude. Why I ultimately decided to make the trade there. It was because... Yeah. It was because I didn't want them cloning trespassers, but... Okay. Okay. So the ultimate question here is, can I win this game by like just playing Bankbuster and drawing cards? It gives them another... It almost guarantees they get another activation on this blood time. I mean, I guess I don't have to cast this Duress. There's a world, right, where I just like fire up Den and attack all, and if they don't have another removal spell, they would get kind of clowned. How likely is it they have another removal spell, I guess, is the question. If I play into their removal spell here, I almost certainly lose. That's the tricky part, and I don't have enough mana to Duress plus fire up Den. I guess I could fire up Mutavault and then play Bankbuster. But the Duress doesn't matter, because if they have a spell, they just cast it. And if it's Bone Crusher Giant, I don't get anything. Yeah, I think we would be so far behind in value that I would say we're almost certainly going to lose that game, yeah. I think what I likely just do is attack with both these, force them to trade here. Yeah, I think we actually, no. I think we play Buster, draw cards, see if we hit a removal spell for the Blood Tithe. I guess I don't even know if I would use a removal spell in the Blood Tithe, but... I think we hold this to pitch to blood, more than likely. I'm going to start with an attack. Because thinking about it more, if I found a removal spell, I'd rather just kill the Reflection. So, let's do this. I'm definitely losing at this point, but it's not by much. I mean, if we find a way to deal with the Reflection, we're A-okay. Yeah, I agree, Freemania. Yeah, we have to force the block in this situation, certainly. Thoughtseize is pretty good. I'm willing to cast this one, certainly. And we still potentially could blood away the Duress. Alright, go ahead. I'm really surprised they didn't blood that away in response, but... Mm-hmm. So they can clone that. Thanks, man. It is game 1, Mania, yeah. It was good. It was good. I locked up Player of the Year. It was close. Very exciting race at the end there. I think I start by just activating. Okay, this is quite good. All right, so I'm going to do this. Maybe you should leave up Mutavault in this situation, honestly, but we're going to do this. I'm going to play this, pass. There's like a world where I was maybe supposed to duress, but I don't think so. It's kind of close. Yeah, they're just going to blood. That's the problem with duressing. Is even if they have an on-creature, they just get the blood, but yeah, there was a strong chance that that was going to be the pattern. Oh, that's really cool, Freed. That's still a good finish. Okay, it's fine. Selling out to play the Discover deck. Yeah, we played Discover last week. I mean, I think Discover is very good, don't get me wrong, but... Oh my god, dude. This guy with his top deck Blood Tithe Harvesters, like, 2 times. Alright, so I think I need to respond to this. See if we can hit a 1-mana removal spell. This would be kind of broken. Oh, that ain't it. Yeah, Chainsaw. We're playing a Rakdos Midrange. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, well that was pretty good. Now I torch the Fable. Also probably want to blood away the Thoughtseize, although the Thoughtseize is interesting, but they might just have another good card in their hand. It's totally possible. Torch is really good, Ventus. Really, really good. I am going to Thoughtseize my opponent here, actually. I'm not sure if this is a good Thoughtseize. God, that blows. Alright. I'm going to draw right now. It's a good thing to blood away. I'll blood it away right now. Okay. Pass. Yeah, it's a very interesting game. I'm a little bit behind. This is super awkward. We're only in game 1. It's a real slog here. Opponent is definitely winning. They have more blood. But I mean I do have 3 manlands in play. They just have a better board. I also have a Bankbuster though. It's really just these blood. I mean, them playing that is terrifying. I guess like Castle is a thing they might want to start doing. Okay, they're going to blood first. That makes sense. I mean, they probably should have blooded before putting their land into play, but whatever. It probably doesn't really matter that much. All right, so I've just got to get aggressive, I think. I'm drawing too terribly, and my opponent has too much going on. So I'm going to crew this. Fire up Hive, fire up Mutavault, maybe fire up Den. I don't really want them to be able to go. You know what? I think I want the 1/1 though. Yeah, I don't know. I think we just have to get in there. I don't think I can be patient here. It's time to move. They also have a castle, so like I can't just sit here and do nothing. Blooding. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just gonna have 6 here. Because they have a Mutavault too, so they can like fire up their vault. I'm gonna lie, I kind of forgot about their vault, but it doesn't matter. I have to attack in this situation, I think. With them with a castle and more blood, like their top decks are just a lot better. I have to leverage being at a higher life total and having a bunch of man lands in play. We still have this hive, and the hive is going to be a real problem for them. Yeah, okay, so now they trade with Goblin, they eat the Mutavault. They take 5 in this scenario? I mean, they go to 2, that makes them just dead to a stomp at any given point. Okay, they must have a kill spell here, right? Pretty obvious kill spell, I'd say. Really? They're going... Okay, they're just choosing to go to 1 life. Alright. Well. Seems fine. Okay. God dang it. Yeah, I need something good here. Okay, that would qualify as something good. So I fire this up, attack. Actually, no, I don't need to get fancy here. I just do this and they can't win. Because if they activate blood, they lose, and if they leave up removal spell, they lose. There's like no way they can win in this position. Because of the hive. Alright, well, this was a real hard-fought game 1 here. Don't worry, folks. Pioneer's still a playable format. Sometimes we get matches like this, the good old Rakdos Mirror. This was a great game of Magic. Yep. Actually impossible for my opponent to survive here. I'm not even going to crew. It's just a waste of clicks. Hold on. I guess I do have to crew. If they have a removal... Yeah, never mind. I do have to crew here. I think I actually just send these. They have removal spell, they remove this. They double block here. Yeah, just these. Alright, nice. Alright, so we got game 1. Well, Freed Mania, they can't discard game 2 there or they're dead for sure. Because then I just have guaranteed lethal. So that's why they didn't do that. They wanted me to think about removal spell there. Because if they have removal spell there, they're still not dead, actually. I didn't think about them just pushing the hive, right? If they have push there, they push hive, and then they can block. Or they could have had Torch the Tower, sack Blood Token as well to deal 3 to hive. All those are outs, and then the reason I attacked the way I did is so that way I'm not just suiciding my 2-2 in. I guess they could just double block the 4-4. Or removal spell there for me would have been really awkward. I guess we'll try Kroxa. K-Command's good. I don't have a lot for the mirror with this build, which may be a mistake, but we do just have 4 main deck Bankbusters. Hopefully that's just good enough. It certainly won us that last game. Do I want to be a duress gamer? I think I do. Not actually even sure what I don't want. Duress is like kind of the most sus card, I think, but it is pretty good on the draw. It's just awkward to have this many 1-mana hand hate spells in the mirror. So I might actually just cut Duresses. I think Torch is pretty real. Just having more ways to deal with Fable and Blood Tithe and Goblin Shaman, I think is pretty relevant. And the Exile Clause is kind of good too, if we're expecting Croaks out of our opponent as well. I do have to pick up my pace a little bit this game, so I'm going to be a little quicker. I don't think it is Freedmania. No, I think it's just fine. You have to remember too, like, Torch is not as good. Like, push is important to deal with the 4s, especially when you only have 2, like, Bitter Triumph, Go for the Throat type cards. I think I'm just going to cut Duress, honestly. Maybe that's a mistake on the draw, but I can also see trimming a 4-mana creature pretty easily, like trimming an Archfiend, I think is pretty real. In fact, that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to trim an Archfiend, and I'm going to trim 1 Duress. Because ripping Fable, Bankbuster, or cards like Sky Sovereign, Invoke Despair post-board is really important. Like, Shota was on to Invoke Despair. We're going to keep this. This hand is weak into a Bankbuster, but, I mean, it's still a hand that I think you have to keep in the Rakdos mirror. I don't know. There's some argument to mull this. The thing about it, though, is I have 4 Bankbusters myself and 5 hand hate spells that I could draw to on that turn cycle, so I think the way I did it made sense, but... Okay, F6. Okay, the question is now... Huh. I think it is Bankbuster. I'm going to play this on red because I have an Urborg. Go ahead, opponent. It's like kind of obvious I have an Urborg with this play, but whatever. Kind of signaling it to my opponent, but that's okay. Question is, how do I want to play this? I kind of just want to start drawing cards. I think that's what I'm going to do. Go. Could have, I guess, played a Trespasser there. Like, maybe a Trespasser made sense. It would have got them under pressure. Yeah, actually thinking about it more, I was almost certainly supposed to play Trespasser. I don't know. I kind of want to hit lands, though. I think it's pretty important right now. I'm going to yield to this stupid thing. Okay. Really need a land. Cannot afford to miss land drops. Okay, I don't love pushing this, but I kind of want to be mana efficient. I think I'm not going to. I don't know, it's tough. I want to draw a card. I guess I get to draw a card anyway. Yeah, there's just no way. Never mind. I'm just never pushing that. I think it's a huge mistake to push there. That was a great draw. I like to play this, stomp their thing. And then activate the bank. Seems good. Go ahead. Like I said, trying to pick up the pace a little bit here, so not gonna... Alright, I need to turn some of these stops off. It's a little ridiculous how many stops I have. Probably don't need one in damage either. Got one in blocks, it's fine. Yeah, the Bankbuster, I did not like that about Shota's list. That was the reason he was playing like Preacher the Schism, which was wild to me. He had a second one on the board too. That's fair, man. Alright, draw a card. Really want to find more lands. Not too many lands, but I really want a few. See if they have a K command here. It looks like K command. I mean, that's fine. I got... And this is why you activate Bankbuster just as much as you can, is because... Alright, I'm just going to get rid of this. is because there are cards like K-Command and Abrade, which you need to be able to... Alright. Play this on red. Play Trespasser. And a Blood Tithe. Eat their Harvester. Play my own. Go. Interesting. I have no idea why they would use their treasure there. That's just not patient gaming. I mean, there's no way that play is good. You'd literally just untap your lands and then do it. And then you would still have a treasure for like Revolt and stuff later. Like, it might not matter, but for those watching, that is not how you want to play with your Fatal Pushes. Just throw your treasures in the dumpster. It's not it. Yeah, okay, we'll take 4. I'm definitely losing, but we can maybe come back. Yeah, that's pretty lame. Bambino. Oh, it's awesome. All right, I'm going to Thoughtseize. That's a good start. What's happening over there, opponent? You got a good hand or a bad hand? They do have a blood, so... All right, push, Bonecrusher. All right, I'm going to take the Trespasser number 2, I guess. Makes sense to me. This will be kind of annoying. Their hand is, like, not that busted. I mean, it's good, don't get me wrong, but... certainly beatable. Attack. You really just need to draw more banks. I could play this Takenuma, but I think I'm going to hold for now. And I don't want to blood anything away. Removal is not bad. So they're going to probably push this, lose some life. Yep, it's fine. You got it, Chief. So they have push and Bonecrusher in hand. Damn. Okay. A little bit annoying, but it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Now I'll push that. Okay, cool. Well, I know they have Bonecrusher Giant and Fatal Push in hand. We can pretty much match what they're throwing at us here. It's a very even game. They had one more activation on... oh, my God. All right, well, that was kind of the nuts. Now I get to... I actually think I'm going to make them discard a card and then return Trespasser here rather than kill this. Although this can kill Trespasser. They have to discard another card. They would lose this. And then I can reanimate Trespasser again. Yeah, I think I like making them discard, but it's kind of close. I mean, I guess I have to play this to play the Trespasser. Sack this, they lose their entire hand, though. I think that's okay. Oh, I can return Bone. Well, the problem is then they can bone their own Blood Tithe. Huh. That's actually super close. I think I want Trespasser here. I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to take, but that's really hard. That's a hard turn. That is a hard turn. It's just so awkward they can bone their own thing in response. They pitched the Fatal Push, huh? Alright. Cool. Play this. Gas this. It's possible I'm not even supposed to play this yet either, to be completely honest. Maybe I'm supposed to kill the Blood Tithe in this instance, but... Yeah, it's possible chainsaw. Because then I would have got to hold this too. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. Oh my god, that bank buster, dude. Come on. It's so annoying. Yeah, you might be right with that. And then we still have Takanuma to buy the Bone Crusher back. Yeah, you're probably right. That was probably a better line. The good news is they did not kill this, so now I just get to kill both their things. They don't have a man land. Like, this is kind of interesting. Torch the tower. That's actually gas, too. Okay, so I'm going to torch this. See you later. And I'm going to go for the throat this. And we're just going to pray they miss some draws for a second here. Always yield to this. I'm not going to do anything else. Attack, eat their Bone Crusher. And then I'm going to F6. Yeah, I mean, maybe they get aggro with their Bank Buster, right? Like, it's possible. Maybe they screw up here. Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty interesting. I mean, we have a Den of the Bugbear, too, right? I mean, they're not out of the woods. God, another Bank Buster. Okay, this guy definitely has the card advantage, but we're just going to try to kill them. I know this is greedy, but I wonder if I'm just supposed to push this and fire up an attack, but maybe that's a spew. I guess that's spew. I don't know. Kind of close. Thoughtseize is kind of good, I guess. I have to be careful. I could just, like, die to 2 Bank Busters. I can't actually cast this Thoughtseize. Alright, fire this up. I just have to be aggressive and hope it works. They have 2 Bank Busters in play. I can't just not make this play. Bitter Triumph. Alright, whatever. Attack. Eat a creature. I'll eat the Bone Crusher from my yard. Well, the good news is they had to lose some life there. I should turn off auto yields here. Because they could fire up their Bank Buster, obviously. I guess that's a good point. Yeah, getting to flip the Trespasser is pretty good. Chainsaw, yeah, you're right. The Thoughtseize may have taxed once they draw all these cards, too. It's possible. I don't know, it's also a good thing to just blood away. I may blood it away right now. We'll see what they do. Really depends here. Am catching up on clock, too, which is good. We have a pretty good amount of time to finish a game 3 if we get to a game 3. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's pretty terrible for me. Alright, so upkeep. Blood. Okay, that's an insane draw. Okay, it's fine. Okay, combat. Shieldred and K-Command, I guess. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm just gonna play Fable, I think. Go. Torch the tower. Alright, that's fine. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Tandy. Yeah, you guys are right. I missed that. Okay. Well, I mean, I get to just pitch this Croxa and then put it into play. I mean, they're in, like, huge trouble. They also, like, might... Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they're in big trouble. They're about to go to 2. If they attack me, they lose the game. There's, like, no way you attack here. No way, dude. At 5 life? Wow. That is, aggressive. Dead to literally just choosing to die to Shieldred there and Stomp, and that is insane to me. I mean, it literally doesn't matter at this point, I don't think. Yeah, they have no blockers. Let's do this. I mean, put this into play. Hive, this. Done. This guy's pissed. Let's go, dude. Oh, shit. I'm just gonna hit him with the GGs. Oh, that's awesome. Paid actor. Yeah, it felt like paid acting for sure. That was crazy. Why would you ever make this attack, man? You've got a Bankbuster and a Blood. You're definitely ahead. Oh, it's so crazy. I cannot believe that attack. He's gonna flame. Tandy, I can't do that, man. That's too brutal, man. I'm just gonna hit him with the GGs. That'll piss him off enough. S-Pig, yeah, S-Pig's fine. S-Pig's fine. Tandy's really trying to get this guy riled up. All right, Sedna. Will do, man. Bambino, that's great. That's fair, Tandy. That is true, man. That's fair, dude. I usually try to just not engage with that nonsense, but... Oh, man. This deck looks really interesting, Sedna. Have you been playing this? How's this deck into Cascade? That's kind of the question with any deck right now, right? Is like, what does this do? Injector Crocodile? Swamps? Oh, it's the Swamp Cycler. Okay, interesting. I feel like this deck looks really bad into Cascade, Sedna, which concerns me. But you could make it way better into Cascade. Like, we can just play Go for the Throats, Bitter Triumphs, stuff like that. But as it is built at the current time, there's just too much sorcery speed stuff going on. I guess you have Shieldred's Edict, that's something, but there's just like way too much sorcery speed things in this deck. I'm also not sold that Sign in Blood is better than Bankbuster. For the same reason. I think Bankbuster is better right now than it's ever been because Mono Green has all but disappeared, and the Cascade deck makes you like never want to tap out on your own turn. So like you always want to have mana open on your opponent's turn, and the best card at not punishing you for leaving mana open on your opponent's turn is just Bankbuster, right? Like you just get to leave up that removal spell all game long and just generate value if they don't commit. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Danny, but, I mean, that deck's just really good. Like, I don't know. I don't expect it to go down. I think it's a very good deck. I think it kind of deserves a lot of respect. And I'm going to be honest, with the results it put up this weekend, I'm kind of not expecting it to get a ban either, but we'll see. That's fair, Bambino, yeah. Chainsaw, that's sick. That's really sick. Oh, you're playing Damping. Are you still playing Phoenix Chainsaw, or are you playing Rakdos? Did you switch over to Rakdos as well? I know we talked about you moving to Rakdos in the car on the way home. Excuse me. You're on Red-Black? Nice. No, I think Freedmania, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of unfair to the other countries that had to deal with the nonsense. And honestly, I don't think it's like... I don't think that deck is, like, that heinous. Like, it is... When they just kill you on turn 3, it's super heinous. But it's not like you can't interact with it. I don't know. It's interesting. I definitely don't know if it'll last, like, more than a year or whatever in the format, but it's hard to say. I have no idea what Wizards is going to do at BNRs anymore. I thought they'd get rid of Grief last time. They didn't. So, who knows? I've been pretty wrong the last, like, 3 or 4 BNRs. My predictions have been way off, so... But in all honesty, Sedna, I mean, this deck looks cool. I like it. I do think maybe Bankbuster might be better than Sign, and you might want more instant speed removal. But those are like my big pieces of advice. The deck looks pretty cool otherwise. I have no idea what to think of a 2-mana Swamp Cycler either, if this is actually good. It's an interesting card. It also would be interesting if we could, like, reanimate this thing into play. But I don't really think there's a great way to do that in Pioneer. I guess it would just have to be, like, Liliana Death's Majesty, right? Or Cruelty of Gix. I guess Cruelty of Gix is probably just better than Liliana Death's Majesty. And maybe we would want to be playing more Crocodiles anyway. Yeah, that's fair, Danny. That's true. Like, what new cards will be coming out and stuff like that. Like, they kind of know that. Yeah, they obviously have way more information than we do, and... I don't know. I believe the game is in fine hands. We've got Huey in charge over there, so I'd like to believe that he'll keep the game in a good place. Speaking your language, yeah, that was Sedna's deck list there, Fossox. We're playing Rakdos. I guess we can pull it back up. We've still got plenty of time. Can I... What is this? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right. Can I download this? Export? Yeah, I can. I think. Text list? Nope, that's not what I want. Here it is. MTG online file download. That's what I want there. And we're going to make some edits over here on Moto. Pioneer. Import this thing. Alright, so... Have I tested the end? Yeah, the end is good. I did play Willie Edel's build of Rakdos 2 weeks ago in the prelim. That's fair, Derek. Maybe it will. I mean, it's... That deck is just inherently ridiculous, obviously. The turn 3 kills are pretty awful. And I do think, too, we're only witnessing the beginning of that deck, right? Like, it's going to get better. That's true, too, Derek. Yeah, it's really hard to know. It's really, really hard to know. I will say I was pretty annoyed when I went Thoughtseize Bankbuster lose game in my feature this weekend. That was pretty ridiculous. I think Sack is probably not where you want to be. I think regular Rakdos is probably better. Because, like, I don't know. Sack, like, you could build it with more removal for Cascade. Like, you could make yourself better into it, but if that deck is anything like you, it will never get better. Danny, that's hilarious, man. All right, main deck Languish is pretty wild, too. Do we need main deck Languish? That seems... Like, I think pretty easy cuts that I want to make to this deck are, like, 2 Invoke at least. 4 is a ton. 2 Languish from the main deck. I don't know that we need a sweeper. We gotta beat Convoke somehow. I guess that's true. Yeah, you do have to beat Convoke somehow, don't you? Yeah, your Convoke matchup looks honestly pretty atrocious. That makes sense. Druid, yeah, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. They maybe just come off claim altogether in the main deck. Maybe just board all your claims. I don't know. Is Jabberwocky still playing Racksack? He's always a pretty good guy to look at. Convoke doesn't exist. It can't hurt you. All right, that's fine. We'll keep the Languishes then. I think these should be banks. We're just going to move these over here for now. I feel like this deck can do what Rakdos does, right? And just play a couple Archfiends. This is a pretty good way to beat Convoke, too. Is just like Archfiend them and then Languish them. Also very good into Phoenix. I mean, your matchup with Phoenix is probably pretty reasonable as well. You have 4 main deck Cling to Dust, which is probably a little excessive, but I think we could certainly trim at least 1 copy. Yeah, that makes sense too. I mean, you'd probably trim a couple of these. And then play, like, a copy of Bitter Triumph, a copy of Go for the Throat. Something like this. Theo doesn't think Racksack is good at all right now. Did he play Racksack this weekend? What did Theo play this weekend? I know he had a really rough day, Sunday. Yeah, Meat Hook. Meat Hook could probably be in our board. Although, do we think Meat Hook is as good as Languish? I guess it depends on the way the game goes. Sometimes Meat Hook will be better, but sometimes Languish will be way better. Because Meat Hook can neg 1 the board at 3 mana, which can sometimes be enough to just stifle what they're doing. But other times, it just won't be as good as Languish. Like, it'll just be a slightly worse Languish. Good luck to you too, man. All right, we're going to head over here. Yeah, 48%, not quite where you want to be, but that really is just a sign the deck needs to adapt a little bit, right? Like, you can gain 4 to 5 percentage points by building your deck better. I think Racksack just has to change how it's built, but maybe it could still be good. Literally, people at the last RC cycle said Rack Mid was, like, unplayable or whatever after having a 48% win rate, and then the deck just adapted and, you know, started winning 53 to 54% of its matches again. It was one of the better decks, still is one of the better decks. I think people really over-exaggerate the RC win rates. I think what it means is the deck needs to adapt, not necessarily the deck is bad. That's fair, Derek. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. Maybe inherently it just isn't good. I think I would certainly rather play rack mid, so... Yeah, that's fair, Hermit. Opponent maybe on Azorius control. Oh, yeah, I mean, people just don't know what they're talking about. It top-8'd, like, almost every RC. I think that's just people not paying attention. That's just so obviously wrong. Like, it's just, that's been wrong for... It was bad in Canada for the most part, I think. I mean, there were still 2 of them in top 10 in Canada. One of them top-8'd. In Japan, it had, like, a 55% win rate. I think the Japanese built the deck very well overall. Didn't love Shota's build, but... You know, given that I knew I was probably against blue-white, I maybe actually should have mulled this, but whatever. It was actually not a very good hand into blue-white. Kind of got a little distracted by the chat, I'm not going to lie. Talking about somebody just insulting rack mid. Okay, so they're not on Kahira, which is interesting. I wonder if that... Okay, well, my hand got a lot better. That's fair, Derek. So funny, man. Oh, what do I want to do? Probably just play the Urborg here. Canada seemed like Phoenix was really overrepresented. Yeah, it kind of was. I guess there honestly is merit to... I think I am supposed to Thoughtseize, but it's awkward if they just have, like, Counterspell, but, I mean, that's going to be hard to beat anyway. What I could do is just, like, wait 2 turns on my Thoughtseize. I could just go land, go, stomp your face, or just hold the Bone Crusher. But I probably want to go stomp face because I probably just want to jam Bone Crusher next turn, and then the following turn I can go Thoughtseize you Fable. That is their Deluge turn as well, so that I actually might like that sequence better for me. I think I do like that sequence better, actually, is being patient on this. Yeah. Let's do that. There are definitely some issues with it, but I think because of how weak my hand is if I don't resolve the Fable, I really do not want to play Thoughtseize into 2-mana counter and then Fable into any other 2-mana counter. I think that's just too bad. Okay. I still don't think things have really changed. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. They'll likely counter it with something, but this does get around Dovin's Veto, so that's like kind of... Oh, okay. Wow. They must have a removal spell, right? Get Lost? Oh, Cycling a Shark. Wow, okay. Cool. Well, here's their Deluge turn, but, I mean, we get to double spell. I almost wonder if I'm supposed to... Let's start with a Thoughtseize, and then we'll try to figure it out from there. It's a little awkward if they have a Make Disappear. I think I want a Thoughtseize, though. Now they have double Fable, I mean, this is, like, pretty reasonable. Just, like... Another thing I suppose I could do is just remove blocker, fire up Mutavault, 6U, but I don't know that I like that. It's too bad into March or Get Lost. We'll see if they, like, Make Disappear Sack Shark here. Okay, they did not do that. Alright. Interesting. This is... Okay. I actually think I'm supposed to take the Deluge here, as weird as that is. Because... I just don't want them drawing cards. Like... I have 2 Fables, so the Veto's not that big of a deal. It's annoying, but, like, whatever. A deluge here is kind of disastrous. Like, they can very... I guess they would... If I play this, they veto, but then they would deluge next turn. Yeah, I do not think I leave them with deluge. I think this is too good here. All right, combat. I'm honestly a little surprised they didn't just counter the Thoughtseize, to be completely honest. So I know they have March. They also have a Verdict. The block's, like, pretty free. Tricky. I'm going to attack. And then I'm just going to play a Fable into the veto. Like I said, because we have two of them, I think it's pretty free. Sure. There's a world where they don't even counter it, but I believe they will. Yeah, there's like no way you don't counter this, right? This is the easiest veto of all time. Yeah. Okay, cool. Excuse me. Turn this upkeep stop off. That's a pretty nice draw. Alright, so I have to figure out how I want to play from this position. They have an Iganjo. Let's see what they do. I'm going to attack. I think I'm just going to go land, play Fable. Problem is they can march the Fable. We'll just see how they play. Yeah, that all makes sense. It's so awkward because I'm like walking right into the Verdict and the March. I wonder if there's any world where I'm just supposed to, like, play Blood Tithe and Blood? Because marching the Fable here is so free. Well, we have to play into Verdict a little bit, or they're just gonna... Like, I can't not play my cards. Our hand is too bad. And they have a Deluge. I can't just sit here. We have to do things. The correct action, though, might be just play Blood Tithe and pop a Blood, and then Fable next turn. That's worse into, like, another veto off the top, though. Maybe I just let them march the Fable, then they don't have the answer to the Mutavault. I'm going to play this, actually, to play around Make Disappear. This might look strange, but I'm going to play it on black as well, in case they ever wanted to field their... I guess that's just, like, so unlikely. Yeah, that's... Never mind. Alright. Fable. Go. Like, it's possible they don't even march as well, but I think they're going to march. It's pretty likely. Yeah. Okay. Yep. And now they Verdict, and, like, obviously that sucks, but... What up, Ginger Brute? How you doing, man? There is, like, a world where I'm actually supposed to torch the tower... my Bone Crusher Giant to get the Scry. Because I'm really looking for Graveyard Trespasser. That's the best draw in my deck right now by a huge margin. Because I can eat the Deluge. They played Iganjo. This tells me they don't have another land in their hands. They have 2 spells. Almost certainly. I think this is important enough that I'm going to do it. I really think a Trespasser here is big game. I don't know. This can hit walkers, I get, but I feel like I'm in a bad enough spot where I'm supposed to take this line. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe this is too much, but... I mean... I think this is better than a random card. I'm going to keep. And I think I just jammed 2 creatures here. Well, no, I'm pretty sad I torched, but whatever. I think this one's a little more important than this one, so I'm going to do this, cast this. Okay, go. Oh, we've got our opponent under pressure. This is the Deluge flashback turn, so... It's a big turn to just get in 9 points of damage. I use a blood. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Pitch one of these. Alright, fire up. Combat. I've probably lost this game. We've drawn a little too much garbage, but we'll see. Like I said, I think I kept a bad hand knowing that my opponent was likely on blue-white control, so that was on me. Keeping hand with Torch Push, knowing that it's likely blue... Like, I should have just mulliganed to a Bank Buster or, like, a Hand Hate spell in my opener. I have 6 Hand Hate spells, 4 Bank Busters, so... The range of really good openers is quite high. But that's fine. I think the matchup is definitely slightly in Rakdos' favor. And post-board, I think it gets a little better. They're not on Kahira, so that may mean no Regal Caracols. They also might just not be playing Kahira and playing Regal Caracol anyway. I mean, there's certainly merit to doing so. Caracol is just excellent against red-black. Opponent really thinking here. They're probably just debating if they want to Deluge and take 9 damage, or if they want to, like, do a Wandering Emperor or something. That's fair, Fossox. Alright. Oh, March. Alright. So they're gonna... Okay. They've got to have another play here as well, right? There's no way... I mean, they do have Castle activation, but... I assume there's something else coming. Shark Typhoon. Oh, another March. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Well, I need to hit something great. I mean, really great. And their Deluge has to be mid as hell. So, I'm going to just hold my cards here in case I drew another Fable. Okay, Field of Ruin. Sure. It's basically a land drop and a spell for them. Kind of depressing. Not a good one for me. I may concede this game, but maybe their Deluge is terrible. I guess their Deluge is just absolutely putrid. There's a chance. I should honestly strongly consider conceding for clock, though. Because I'm going to have to win 2 games in 17 minutes, which is not the easiest thing to do against blue-white. But we'll make them put a Teferi in play or something. Yeah, the only way we could have played this game differently was, like... Is there a couple ways? I do think taking Deluge was correct, though. I do not think leaving them with Deluge made sense. Okay. Shark Typhoon. Oh, we have push for that. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can steal this. It's certainly possible. Bitter Triumph. That's actually a good draw, too. Combat. Attack you. So, God, that's so awkward. I can't push because of the Typhoon, right? I mean, I don't know. I guess I could just draw another kill spell. Maybe I have to play to that. And get the damage. I think that's what I'm going to play to here. Although I only have one more push, and I'll go for the throat. That's so loose. Maybe I just let them block. I don't know. This is disastrous. I think I just have to let them block. It sucks, but... And then I have to Bitter Triumph the Narset. Like I said, very likely dead here, but... Alright, that's enough for me, I think. Maybe. We'll see what my draw is, but that's probably game over. Shark Typhoon, one unknown. I guess, like, I've got to keep playing this game, right? Like... Like, I do not think I can concede. I think I have to keep playing. It's so stupid. Like, if I would have drawn a land, I could have scooped, but, like, this is, like, real. I mean, we might just kill them. Like, Shieldred's a card. Stomp's a card. Like, I do not think it is deterministically done yet. It feels like we're pretty far out, but, I mean, maybe. It's blood. Okay, I mean, that's a pretty nutso draw. Just gonna attack you. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna play another Blood Tithe. Like, they are in some amount of trouble. They have to have a sweeper. If they find a sweeper, I lose, but... I mean, I'm gonna play my shit. Go. If they cast a sweeper, I will concede. Certainly. Alright, them plussing means they almost certainly have it. Or they would have tucked. Okay, they're going to castle twice is their plan. They're legitimately in trouble. I know one of their cards is Typhoon. I'm going to blood that away. Oh my goodness. Well, channeling that is just not good enough, because then they... Okay. All at you. We'll see what they decide to do. I mean, it's a very interesting spot. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, you may move to block. Okay, I'm still going to let them block. I'd rather just channel a Sokenzan. This is kind of nuts how close this game is for a game that looked damn near unwinnable. Okay. Okay, I don't think maybe I can win. I don't even think it's worth showing them any more cards at this point. Like, we'll see if I draw Shieldred. Shieldred could maybe somehow steal the game. Like, I'm not even sure I'm supposed to show them this Sokenzan. Because a lot of lists don't play Sokenzan at this point, but whatever. I think there is still a very, very... Alright, there's not a chance I can win. I'm going to concede. Alright. Blood Crypt was not what we needed. That's alright. Kept a hand I probably shouldn't have into blue-white, but we get to bring in a lot of good cards here, so I'm not too worried. Alright, let's cut the garbage. Fatal Push. Qualifies garbage. Go for the throw. Torches. Maybe I keep a torch. I could also honestly see keeping a Go for the Throat or a Fatal Push for Hall. Go for the Throat deals with like Baneslayer Angel type stuff. Deals with Regal Caracol. 3. There were 3, Andrew, that top 8'd. I don't know how many there were total. Cat was on it too. Probably on Angels since no Kahira. Maybe. I don't think not playing Kahira necessarily means no Caracol. I think Caracol is just better than Angels a very large amount of the time anyway. Like, I think if you expect Rakdos to be popular, you'd much rather just have Caracol anyway, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not the most seasoned blue-white gamer, so... I think I'm going to leave in a Mize Go for the Throat. I think this has a little more use. So what I'm kind of seeing here is my sideboard could maybe use one more card that's good into normal blue-white. Into blue-white Lotus, I bring in Damping Sphere. But here we're like one card short of where I'd like to be. I would like to not have this in my deck. I think Throat is better than Push Freedmania just because of it could nab a Caracol. God dang it, Ginger Brute. I would like to play first. I will keep. It's not the best hand in the world, but Thoughtseize into Double Harvester is pretty real. Yeah, I plan on it, man. I plan on heading out there. I'm probably going to have to Uber out there. Julia's got to stay late she's got to play. Their school plays this week, so I'll probably Uber out there, and then I'll need someone to give me a ride back. All right, I think I just take the Narset here. Does the Narset even matter? My opponent plays Narset and it dies. So maybe it's just irrelevant. What if I take the Get Lost? Their hand is horrible into Double Harvest. I guess like if they hit lands, they get to Verdict me. I don't think I care about Get Lost. I have 2 creatures. I get to explore onto one of them. Maybe I take the Emperor. Emperor is way more annoying than the Verdict. I'm actually just going to... God, this is hard. This is a hard take. I think it's probably the Emperor, though. Yeah, I agree. It's one of those. I'm going to take the Emperor. Really would love to top deck a Bank Buster. That would be best possible here. It's pretty good. Not a Bank Buster, but we will take it. We will take it. Okay, so they almost certainly don't have another land. They have a veto, so I can't jam this. That's fine, though. Combat 3U. I'm going to shock here. Very likely going to blood away this go for the throat. No get lost. That means they maybe have more lands, and they're just trying to set up a verdict. It's interesting. Get lost, veto, Narset. Okay. The fact they played Iganjo, though, is... I mean, they may have just had another deserted beach. Or maybe a glacial fortress. Yeah, it was another beach. Makes sense. That was a great draw. That was also a great draw. So this is kind of weird. I think I am supposed to go blank or Fable first, and then Thoughtseize the verdict out of their hand. Probably. Thanks, BJ. Appreciate it, man. Although there is, I mean, some real argument to Blessed on this day by Thoughtseize. Yeah, you're not wrong. There is argument, I guess, to, like, just letting them verdict, but I don't think that's good. I think I'm just going to go blank. Attack first, then well... See, I think I'm just supposed to go blank. Cast go blank. They will Dovin's veto it, more than likely. And then we Thoughtseize them. Take the verdict. I guess we could attack first. Because I want the Thoughtseize to resolve, Andrew. We know they have veto. So there's no reason to cast Thoughtseize first, because it's just going to eat the veto, which is the card I want to resolve. The Thoughtseize is the card I want to resolve, because I don't want them to have that verdict. Yeah, because it was... Oh my god, they are on Caracol. Yikes. Yikes. Can I beat a Caracol? That is... I guess I just have to pray they miss lands. Dude, this is so awkward. Holy shit. Like I said, Caracol is just insane. So I think you're just supposed to play it in blue-white, even if you don't have Kahira. Who cares? Yeah. Alright, I really just need an untapped land here, to be honest. Okay, that's insane too. Do I ignore... no, I've got to kill this Narset, right? It's just kill Narset. Hit you for 3. Yeah, because they could just spin into a verdict. They're potentially dead here. Like, if they cast the Get Lost on the Shieldred, I just explore onto Bloodtide twice and they're dead. So, blessed on this day by Shieldred. Yeah, I guess so, huh? So gas, man. Alright, so they clearly have a land. Yep, they're going to Caracol. Yep. Oh, that was such a busted draw. Blessed on this day by Bloodtithe Harvester. Alright, so I guess the play... I mean, the play here is pretty obvious. I think I'd play this, sack, kill this, send both these. They likely go... Actually, they would go double block. Probably. Maybe they go chump chump. They are under a lot of pressure. I don't think I have a lot of say in this. I think this just has to be the play. Okay, it's a double. No, it's a chump chump. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Good question. I'm going to pass. So they have Get Lost and Make Disappear. And One Unknown. It's just so... This spot is so awkward for them because the maps are potentially just kill them. Okay, so they have another Caracol in their hand or a Sweeper here. It's the only way they would not get lost this, I think. We also have a Den, which is potentially an issue for them, too. I guess they could have an Emperor. Maybe they have an Emperor. It's a Teferi. Plus, lose 2. I don't know how they get out of this. I'm just sending all at you, opponent. I don't know. Very easy, send all at you. Now it gets even easier. Now I just fire up the Den as well. Okay. Should have floated a mana, but who cares? It's completely irrelevant. 1 mana. I think, honestly, they're just trying to melt my clock. Rude. Take that, Mr. Lit Plays. We had some lit draws in that game, that is for sure. I don't think I had a single bad draw step. Two-0 beat sack. Let's go, Chainsaw. Nice, dude. Nice. All right. Well, I don't think I'm changing anything. The Go for the Throat, definitely good, considering they have Caracol. Yeah, I think this is just the plan. That's so gas, dude. This hand is very awkward. Dude, can I open a Bank Buster, please? Like, I only play 4. I think this hand is still probably good enough. It's right on the cusp. The fact that Sokanzan is, like, 2 things. They also mulliganed. I'm going to keep it. Like, hopefully we draw a 2-mana play, but... Bank's closed. Yeah, I guess so. This hand is still fine. It gets to go Thoughtseize into Stomp You, play a 4-3, and that's if I don't draw any of my 8 2-mana plays. So we also have other hand hate spells we can draw. Chainsaw, did you... Oh, my. All right, the bank's open, baby. The bank is open. Hopefully our opponent doesn't have a counterspell for this. We could take it, though. All right, I'm certainly just taking Deluge. Their hand is ass. This is such a bad hand. Hopefully they don't top deck a counterspell. If they don't top deck a counterspell, it's going to be so hard for them to win this game. All right. Breaking the bank, baby. Bank's open. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Blessed on this day by Bankbuster. Oh, that's great. All right, so they drew this. So they have 1 unknown. I'm like kind of tempted to jam a Fable, but I guess I can wait for their 4-mana turn. Fire Cat Rider, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You are a superstar. Yeah, no, Bankbuster's insane again. Gent Lost doesn't do anything against Bankbuster. It's a joke. It's a hard turn. I think I want to just leverage the bank and find more hand hate. And I think I'm going to draw right now in case I hit Fast Land or Manland. Although they do have a field, but I also did an 8 spell, which I'd probably cast here. So we're just going to activate it right now. This is fine. We're just going to play this nice and patiently. Yeah, there's Thoughtseize. I do think I'm going to cast that right now. Probably. I could save it for next turn to protect my Fable, I guess. But they could have another Deluge or an Emperor in hand, so I think I'm supposed to Thoughtseize now. God, their hand is so bad, it's hilarious. Please, I hope they don't top deck out of this, but their hand is very poor. I think I just take the get loss now. I just leave them with double Supreme Verdict. We can play around that all day. Alright, now I just play a Bone Crusher Giant crew attack. Actually, that might be worse than just stomp and then draw on their turn. Probably is worse. I don't know. I mean, it gets pressure into play. We'll see what they hit on this Narset. I guess that will greatly determine what I do. They reveal a March. Okay, that's... Yep. Alright, so... Yeah, I'm just going to stomp it and then activate this on their turn. Don't want to let them march my Bank Buster. That'd be heinous. Alright, go ahead. I mean, I guess they get to march my Bank Buster anyway, but it's 3 for 1 them at that point, so I really don't care. I still feel very good about where I'm at here. What the hell? Dude, what is with my opponent's plays today? I guess they just didn't want me drawing a card? Alright, sure. That's fine. Felt a little bit loose. Okay, they play a land. Alright, so we need to think about the best way to sequence things here. Kind of think it's just Thoughtseize you play a Bone Man. Maybe it's a Fable. Fable's awkward because Chapter 2 doesn't do anything, but I don't really need Chapter 2. Like, that mana acceleration matters. Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to Thoughtseize you. Take your spell. Now we have to think. This is like interesting. Oh, I'm keeping... Yeah, I'm going to keep the Silkenzon in hand, I think, for now. I think it's still play Fable. It is close, though. It really is. But I don't know. I hate losing the loot, but I do generate mana. Yeah, that's a good call. Chainsaw, you're right. I think just not being able to loot is so awkward here, too. Like, looting is so desirable. This is also a much better threat into Kitty Cat. I think I just attack my opponent and play an Archfiend now. Could I guess channel? Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just going to play the Archfiend, I think. Already seen 2 verdicts. Go. Sure. Could have played around that better, I guess. Maybe I was supposed to, I don't know. Okay. Trespasser, eat your deluge. Goodbye, deluge. My draw steps this match have been unbelievable, to be honest. I don't think I've drawn this well in quite some time. This is pretty ridiculous. Every single draw step has just been complete fire. Yeah, it's fine. Blessed on this day by the... Yep, very much so. Very much so. Duress here is pretty good, too. Oh, it's awesome. Duress you. Do I have a cheat code on? It feels like it, honestly. Okay, so it is an Emperor. Their draw there was really good, too, in their defense. I'd have to send both at the Emperor here, I think. You can tell it was just meant to be. We'll see. It's not over yet. They could have some good draws, too. Still think I'm going to hold this Sokanzan. Okay. I will not do this. Play this. Attack both of my opponent. And we'll just pass it over. Opponent likely only has, like, a few outs here. That's... whatever, that's pretty annoying, but sure. Okay, that was not it. Draw a card. Actually, no. If I just don't draw, they're dead. I just channel this, kill them. Right? They have nothing. Yep. Okay. Yeah, Sokanzan's lethal, so I just do nothing. I guess I had lethal. I had lethal if I drew a card here too. It just like didn't matter, but because I was gonna flip this. Cool. All right, nice, 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 nice. Pretty good start to the event, I'd say. How many rounds is this? 5 rounds? Okay. Team Red Black 4-0. That's right, man. Wafo 2-0. He's probably on Blue Black control. I assume he's just on Blue Black, but maybe he's on something else. Well, when you draw like that, any deck looks good, but I don't think I could have had a worse. My draw steps were insane in those post-board games. I think you can draw it up much better. I need to save draw steps like that for the RC. Boss Ox, thanks a lot, man. You're a superstar. Appreciate it. We're always blessed. That's fair. Even when I lost my winning into top 8, Fletcher at least lost his too, so I was still blessed. Losing to Heroic for a winning in was pretty heartbreaking, I'm not going to lie. That matchup is usually pretty good. Specifically, you know what, dude? If I top 8 the RC, I care pretty little about the other ones, to be honest. Or at least less. Much less. Not any other tournaments this winter. All I ask is that I can do well at one of those events. I would like to play on the Pro Tour again. It's been a long time. Queuing for the Mox is a pretty big deal. It is. Yeah, I'll take that too. Any of those tournaments, any of them. I just want to be successful in one of those events. Fletcher, that guy is a worm? What? Oh, that's funny, man. Yeah, Derek, that's a really good point, man. Doing well at the PT means a lot more, right? Like, I heard about it, Foss Ox. He showed me some pictures. It looked like he had a wonderful time, certainly. Yeah, I mean, Derek, at the end of the day, like, obviously you can't do well at every tournament, so you're bound to do well at one of them if you do that terribly at another, I guess. What happens to the PT invite for champs if it's you and Theo in the finals? That is a question, yeah. Yeah, that would be pretty nuts. Dude, this player championship is going to be so sick. There's so many nuts players in this event. But you do hope they have a plan for that. Yeah, no kidding. I do too. Top 4 PT, washed. Yeah, super washed. Derek needs them to ban Geoappraiser so he can pick up Fires of Invention again. And crush all of us Rakdos gamers. Put us in our place. That's what you're saying? Yeah, bro. That's one of the biggest reasons I kind of want the deck to stay around, is it like... It literally... I think it helps Rakdos. I think it is literally good that this deck exists for Rak Mid. It makes almost all of Rak Mid's bad matchups not even playable. We're all washed until we win Worlds. Fair. It makes building Rakdos' sideboard a little easier too, to be honest. Because the format is just very linear right now. There are like 5 good decks. Yeah, I don't know. I could see them banning discovered cards for sure. I could see them not. We'll just see what happens. It's really hard to say, but the turn 3 kills on the play are disgusting. I mean, that deck, like I said, Thoughtseize Bankbuster lose game is, I mean, that's not even, that's like worse than modern play patterns. Like that is how bad that is. I guess Amulet Titan can kill you on turn 3 sometimes, but yeah, that's true too, Derek. I mean, blue-white got a lot better. Oh, hold on. I've got to connect it real quick. Forgot to do that. Here we go. There we go. Now when you do exclamation point deck. Good, man. How are you doing? It should work now. For whatever reason, every day I have to like click connect to the stream on Stream Decker. I just forgot to do it this morning. Blue-white can't lose. They have Get Lost. That's true. Yeah, Get Lost is unbeatable. I don't know how we even won our last match. I Thoughtseized and didn't even take Get Lost. It's kind of insane. Quint and Dino are fine. It's tough. I mean, like, Quint does it faster, but Dino is like a way more powerful card. And, like, if you leave Quint and Dino, you run the risk of that deck eventually becoming busted. People figuring out how to break it. I don't know. It's really interesting. X-Will would also like to see Discover go. I mean, if we're being honest, like, that deck is pretty heinous. Like, I think I would rather it not exist than it exist myself as well. Even though it does almost certainly make my favorite deck better than it otherwise would be. But Rak Mid is going to be good regardless. Like, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Tail's End? Yeah, Tail's End, honestly, is probably very good. Like, just a normal Lotus. It seems very good. You could just play that, like, instead of the discontinuities, where the deck used to play discontinuity, maybe? I could buy Tails End being sweet. Yeah, Groovin, that's exactly what has done it. There's also like a higher density of heroic now than there was before, which I think has been an issue. It is. It's for Boros Convoke, exactly. Yup. Shota was doing it in his list in Japan as well. This weekend I played Extinction Event because at the end of the day it was still an NRG and I still expected green to maybe be in the room. But in this I expect there to be probably 0 green. And at the RC I expect there to be about 0 green if there are no bans. And if that's the case, you would almost always rather have Languish. Languish is theoretically worse into Heroic, but it also has games where it's better. I would like to play first. I am going to keep. Opponent might be on Jeskai Ascendancy. That would be kind of interesting. We'll see if that happens. They're on a mull to 6. Okay. Probably a pretty good hand in the Jeskai Ascendancy. I don't have removal, but... Okay, yep. That's how your day went? That's pretty brutal, man. Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna play a bank. Next turn I may just go Thoughtseize, draw a card. That's likely what I'm gonna do. Okay. Uh-huh. Alright. I could Fable, but I really think that Thoughtseize, draw a card is the play here. They could have, like, an Ascendancy. Alright, we've got some options here. I think I just take the Cruise. Portable Hole I don't even give a shit about. I'm just going to 2-for-1 them, draw a card. I have another Bank Buster anyway. Retraction Helix is a little annoying because it can bounce the Shieldred. But I think it just has to be Cruise. Tormod's Crypt doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm just going to take Cruise. To me, it feels like a pretty easy Cruise. Go. Oh no, they top decked Ascendancy? Oh, that's animal behavior, opponent. That's disgusting. Alright, well. Yeah, I'm gonna let them, if they want to, like, play Crypt. I mean, Crypt is just getting looted away, I have to imagine. Yeah, alright, well. We're in a little bit of danger. Alright, so I can go Shieldred Crew attack. Then they just have Retraction Helix. Huh. Retraction Helix. I don't think the Archaeologist can kill me here. It's pretty unlikely, but... I could also... excuse me. I could also just not attack here. Oh, you're right. Because they can just keep bouncing their Crypt. Yeah, so I have to draw a card off bank or I lose. Huh. Yeah, that sucks. Alright, how do they beat Shelly? Yeah, they have Helix. They just go Helix, bounce Shieldred, and then they combo off. So we have to draw a card. I don't think the mana tapping matters that much. I guess I leave up the red. I want to play this on black. Uh-oh. I could make them do it, but honestly, it's probably not even worth our time. I guess I do get to learn about their deck. Who knows? Maybe they won't go for it. I'm actually just going to pass and hope they don't go for it. Honestly, maybe we shouldn't have shown... I think activating Bankbuster main was a sign of weakness. Maybe I was supposed to actually just go land go. I don't know. That's tricky. Portable hole. Rude. Okay. Just going to hit F6. Yeah, they definitely might not do it. We'll see. That is true, X-Whale. That's a good point. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, well, they didn't go for the kill, so that is nice. Oh my god, Emery. Alright, well, things just keep getting worse and worse. I'm going to play this. They have a research desk. Yeah, we are in a lot of trouble here. Will they go for it? I mean, now they're even more likely to go for it, right? So I wonder... The problem is, like, what can I do? Even if I draw a removal spell, I'm dead. I just have to hope they're, like, super afraid. I don't really know. I guess I could play this and bluff. No, that doesn't work. Problem is, play Harvester, say go, just doesn't do anything. I'm just going to play this and say go. It's very obvious with this play I have nothing, but... whatever. Well, that doesn't... Yeah, maybe you're right, I guess. I don't know if that's a long-term winning play. I mean, we're just so dead. It's insane. The top deck Ascendancy here was just too good. It's alright. It's about time one of my opponents draws well. Yeah, we're just dead as hell. Honestly, I should probably just be a good guy here and just concede. This is wasting everyone's time. I do want to learn a little bit more about their deck, so I suppose we'll... I am just going to F6, and we'll just learn about their deck. I will concede at some point here. I mean, they have lethal very soon regardless, so... Yeah, the problem was poker facing here didn't even matter, because they had us dead so many ways. Even if I would have had double push here, I was still dead. Like, it didn't matter. Honestly, I'm not going to make them do this. They're not giving me any more information. All right, well, that was unfortunate. Let's bring in a couple duresses, a couple go blanks. Hearse is probably good. Damping Sphere is good, I think. K-Command is, like, interesting. Blows up Portable Hole. I really wish, like, in this matchup, an Abrade would be a lot better than this, but I'm going to bring it down for now. What do we not like? It's kind of weird. I want all my removal. I guess... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This killing Emery is a pretty big deal. I think Archfiend blows. I'm going to cut that. I think Trespasser's bad, too. I think I want to cut that as well. It is slightly inefficient, but, like, we need to have removal in our deck. No, I'm not going to trim Fable. K-Command is probably just cute. Probably just shouldn't be in here. This might be a little excessive on vehicles. Maybe I'm supposed to trim on Bankbusters. I have no idea what their sideboard plan is. It probably is bringing a few Saheeli's. Stuff like that. I may just cut the Torch the Towers, actually. And then shave on Banks. Something maybe like this. I worry that this is not enough pressure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to try this, but I think this might just not be enough heat. I think it's pretty good. We're going to keep. Good. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a Hidatsugu would have been good for, like, Portable Hole and stuff. I could definitely buy it. It's kind of good against Saheeli, too. Jeez, oh, Pete's. I'm going to Blood right now in case I draw Black Cleave. I think I have too much removal, so I think I get rid of the 6 1-mana discard. I don't know, man. 1-mana discard is just so important. Like, getting rid of Jeskai Ascendancy is very high priority to me. And Treasure Cruise. I'm going to pitch. I could pitch Fatal Push, too, but it's more efficient. I'm going to get rid of the Go for the Throat. Okay. Do I want to Hearse them or Thoughtseize them? I probably have to Thoughtseize them. This is their Ascendancy Saheeli turn. It's a little mana inefficient, but... Goddamn. Goddamn. Alright, well, that is very bad. I wonder if I have to just get rid of their Destroy Evil here, so they can't deal with the Shieldred and just pray. That's probably what I have to do, honestly. I just have to try to win with Shelly, pray to top deck a land, slam it, and then just hope they can't do anything. Yep. Alright, play this, go. Feel probably dead, but we'll see. We do have Damping Sphere, so I guess Damping Sphere gives us a little bit of time, too. Okay. Pitch second ascendancy. Okay. All right, I'm just jamming a Shelly in their face. Here it is. Please don't remove it. Thank you. Okay. That's pretty scary. Okay. All right, so I think what's probably going to happen here is I'm just going to push this and attack them. Well, that was a great draw. Now he's going to do everything. Push this. Yeah, Hidatsugu. Maybe I should just bring it in. You're probably right. Maybe it's good enough. Because, yes, it would have been busted. I'm going to eat both their research desks. And I'm going to play a Damping Sphere. And I'm going to attack my opponent. And I'm going to pray. Go. We're 2-0 right now, DBZ, so it's close. No! The Justice Strike. Ugh. Disgusting. God, that's so fucked up. Alright. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, that's a good play. Justice was indeed served. Finally, for the first time this league, my opponents have just drawn better. I think there was a ton I could do here. Could have boarded better, I guess, but I mean, all of these cards, I think, would have. I mean, maybe Go for the Throat would have been like Hidatsugu, I guess. Yeah, whatever. I mean, we'll see what happens. They're at 4. I can maybe get out of this. I'm just going to eat this and eat Destroy Evil, I guess. We could draw another Shieldred. You are correct. I'm certainly going to keep playing the game, but I'm also going to hold this land. So close. I think that's infinite or yeah, they bounce the Damping Sphere. Yep, we're dead. I'm not going to make them do this. Definitely not going to waste all of our time. All right. Well, a little bit of a bummer there, but I really am not in a spot where I can complain. We drew so insane the last match that definitely due up to have my opponent rip some good ones. Let's go back to this mono black deck and talk about this a little more. So I mean, at this point, I'm like pretty happy with the way this looks. What in the hell is this? Sunken Citadel. I don't even know what this does. It enters, choose a color. Oh. Huh. So you use this to activate your lands? That's kind of cool. Druid, I'm definitely still feeling things out, but, I mean, it's pretty likely, yeah. Yeah, Citadel seems cool. I like it. Yeah, I could see maybe shaving a Lily. I don't think that's a horrible idea. Play maybe one more 2-mana removal spell. But we already have 4. That's pretty good. My problem with this deck is you still look very cold to Geoappraiser. Like, there's just too much sort. I guess we do have March. I forgot about the March. Let's bring those over here. Is March a good card? I feel like this card is not good. Richie, I did, yeah. Yeah, faster clock would certainly help too, Cat. We could play some Trespassers. March is amazing. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like March is amazing might be a little bit of hyperbole here. I feel like this is just better as more 2-mana removal. Like, it's not like your coffers in Modern where you can just make 1,000 mana. Like, this deck just doesn't do that. So, like, at best, this is going to be, like, in really long games, like 8 mana, gain 7, deal 7. Like, this just seems awful, if I'm being honest. Like, I really don't think this is good. I think we should just play, like Kat was saying, some Trespassers are probably very good. Yeah, but you just can't... I don't think you can build decks that way right now, man. Like, one of the best decks is a combo deck that just, like, kills you on turn 3 if you don't respect it. And, like, yeah, March is, like, okay against them, but I'd rather just have, like, clean 2-mana removal spells. There's only, like, one aggro deck in the entire format. I mean, there are 2, I guess. There's Convoke and there's Heroic. The other ones are almost non-existent at this point. I did not top 8, Richie. I top 16. You can go watch me lose to Geoappraiser on camera if you'd like. It was in round 5. I got smoked. And then I lost my winning into top 8, but I still had more points than everybody else, so I did win the... I did get Player of the Year. But I was only on camera once this weekend. It was round 5 of day 2. Yep, exactly. I agree with that, Kat. That's my opinion as well. All right, so we're gonna make some changes here. We're gonna do that. I think we're gonna cut a Liliana as well. 3 Liliana is probably plenty. We're gonna try a second Bitter Triumph. We're gonna try 2 Trespasser. Play one more Go for the Throat. Where's the red? Yeah, I had somebody Sedna sent this list to me, so we're messing with it. I'm 2-1 right now with Rakdos in the last chance. Thank you, Kat, for explaining that. Very well said. Yep. Another real concern here is we don't have a 2-mana threat. Appreciate it, Mikey. Thank you. What if we just play like Tenacious Underdog? Shadow seems terrible to me. Tenacious is like fine. Excuse me. Gifted Aetherborn, get out of here. That's fair, Mikey. We don't need a 2-mana threat. We do have Bankbuster, that kind of counts, but I would like a little more. You would just play more Trespasser? Freedmania, I don't... It kind of isn't if mono green is not prevalent. I mean, Shadow is kind of garbage if mono green's not a deck. It's like okay, but I don't know. I think I would rather play Underdog if I were to play a 2-mana creature. Well, yes, obviously the creatures in this format are not Orcish Bowmaster or Dauthi Voidwalker. I agree with you there. Underdog is Garbaggio. Yeah, I really think you're underestimating what the Geo Appraiser matchup looks like, and I think, I don't know. I mean, maybe you don't need to be that good. I feel like Geo Appraiser is going to be like 15 to 20% of this metagame moving forward if it does not get a ban. But clearly they need to reprint Dauthi. That's true, Derek. You're right, man. We just need Dauthi in this format too. Cat, I don't know if it is. I mean, that Sedna was saying we need it for Convoke. Maybe we do. Fossox, you like Meat Hook. Yeah, Meat Hook might be better than Languish. I mean, that's very, very possible. Yeah, I mean, they are. I mean, Convoke is a really popular deck, so I don't think you're, like, totally off. Malicious Eclipse? What in the hell does that do? Are you talking about Malicious Malfunction? Or is there a card that, I don't know, exists? I know Malicious Affliction, or Malfunction. Affliction's the removal spell in Cube. Can we play Waste Not? Oh god. No, we don't. I don't think we want to play Waste Not. I mean, we could play Waste Not, but that's a different deck. Waste Not is Garbaggio. Oh, this one. Okay, so it is literally the same as Malfunction, isn't it? Dude, why in the hell did they print a card that is a different name but does the exact same thing? Literally the exact same thing. There's not a single difference between these two cards. Oh, this one's opponent? Okay, that is the difference. Never mind. This one is only opponent with the exile. I mean, they all still get -2, -2, but this one doesn't exile your stuff. Relevant if we play Tenacious Underdog. The real power creep? Yeah, definitely. Huge power creep there. much time do we have left? Probably a lot, right? Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. You're kind of cold to Planeswalkers. Yeah, I mean, we have Shieldred's Edict and Invoke Despair. I don't know that that's really that accurate. We have 4 ways to answer them. I just lost to Jeskai Ascendancy, Hopkins. Oh yeah, Bitter Triumph as well. Yeah, we're not cold to walkers at all. TMU being TMU. That's fair. Is that a comment? Does TMU usually play piles? That's hilarious. I'm pretty sure we beat TMU last week or the few weeks before on Jeskai Ascendancy. We've been playing against. We've ran into TMU a few times. That's all right. They drew pretty well. Not much we can do about it. I think I maybe want to, like, cut a crocodile for a land. Pack rat. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sounds not great at all. Second Citadel, huh? Alright. 3 Trespasser is so many, man. I don't think that's right. I think we want 2-mana threats. I really do. And I think the best one is Tenacious Underdog. It attacks the best. Pack Rat is interesting in the fact that it lets you hold up mana against Discover. You can play the Bat. Oh, the Bat is actually really interesting. I don't hate the Bat at all. Bat could be good in this format, actually. I could maybe buy that. Certainly good enough in Standard. I don't know if it's good enough in Pioneer, but it's a very interesting card. The problem is we don't grow it. Like, the reason it's good in Standard is you, like, put it into play and then later you Virtue and, like, flip wedding announcements and shit. Like, it's just a 1-1 in this format, or in this deck at least, which is kind of terrible. Oh yeah, Cat. The Geodeck's messed up. I don't think I like Bat either, actually. Thinking more about how things will play. I really think it's just Underdog. I think Underdog is the best 2-mana threat that this deck has access to. Bat would impress me if we had Aether Vial. Yeah, there are a lot of problems with Bat. I feel like I want more Tenacious. I still feel like I want more 2s. for all the dogs. Just saying. I honestly don't think we should main deck Invoke. I don't think this card's very good in this format at all. Like, it's good out of the board. I'd be fine with boarding in, like, a playset for Rakdos and various other decks, but... You want second Crocodile back? Ah, Chainsaw. Me too, dude. Me too. Welcome to the 2-1 bracket. Like, I think the deck should look something like this. Honestly, I think I agree with Foe as well that Languish should be Meat Hook Masker. Now that we have this many creatures, like, we don't want to languish our own stuff away. That's so poor. Kebby, we're playing it because Sedna says so. That's the only reason. So you can ask Sedna why. I'm not actually playing this deck today. I'm playing red-black, but this is something Sedna wanted me to look at and give my 2 cents on. At this point, we drop the Croc. Okay. The answer to that is no. God, dude, you're playing 3 Urborgs? 3 Urborgs. We don't want to play 3 Urborgs, do we? That's kind of nuts. Especially now that I've taken out the Invokes. Well, I mean, we still have them in the board, but that is so many Urborg. Looks at Moneybags over here playing 3 Urborgs. Cat, it's usually prelims, but Joey, I'd never come in here and look at a normal deck. We're between rounds right now, Joey. I'm just playing pretty normal Rakdos, but we do have castles. We have 2 castles, yeah. We're also on 0 Takenuma. There's no way we want 0 Takenuma, right? We should play 1. The first one's almost free. 3 castles. 1 Takenuma. Don't hate that idea. Three castles is too many. Oh, no, dude. I could not box you. I would lose. You'd crush me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I've got the normal deck. Here's the normal deck right here. JRC means Japan RC. Which is based, at this point, I've innovated on it very slightly, but... Joey. It's just showing up to get shit on. Never again. Oh, Joey. Oh, it's so funny, man. I think this looks like okay. I mean, it's almost certainly just worse Rakdos, but I think this looks better than what we had on the screen before. Would rather be claimed in a tragedy than registered blue-white. That's so funny, man. That's true. Get lost equals win game. And then sideboard, I'm not sure where we would take this necessarily, but this is what I would do with the deck, Sedna. And maybe at some point this week we'll run this through a league or something. Although probably not. I'm really trying to not play meme decks the next 3 weeks. And I'm not saying this deck is like completely a meme or bad, but I'm probably only going to play meta decks the next 3 weeks because we are low on time. I have a standard showcase qualifier I need to test for as well. So we really just need to be taking it very seriously. All right, I'm glad you admitted it was a meme. I wasn't trying to insult the deck by calling it a meme. But I agree, it's a little bit of a meme. We can play it in like 4 weeks or whatever, though. Cat, I don't know how bad the combo matchup actually is, to be honest. Like, I did lose to it, but I got aggressive in a spot in game 2 on stream where I, like, chose to put my opponent on a 2-turn clock rather than hold up go for the throat. I knew half their hand, and they had just Geopraised, and I killed it. And I chose to get greedy and play a creature, and they top decked second Geopraiser and killed me. So, like, very, very realistic that match could have gone to 3 at least. I don't really feel like the matchup is that terrible. Tiamu, thank you very much. Appreciate it, man. Hopefully you can get the 5-0 in this event now that I'm out of here. I think we played a few times before Tiamu, actually. Heck yeah, dude, let's go. Yeah, it was a good match. I don't think he came to gloat. That was a good match. That second Ascendancy off the top in game 1 was brutal, and the Justice Strike was brutal too. I don't think we could have played better from our side. How do we feel about Bone Crusher Giant? I think it's really important right now. I was cutting them until the combo deck popped up, and now I think you just need them. Rakdos is actually looking like a meme. I don't think so. I think Rakdos is pretty clean. Pioneer's a meme. Maybe I think Modern's a lot more of a meme. Way more of a meme. As we could see by Fletcher's tournament report this weekend on Twitter, round 1, scammed him. Round 2, scammed him. Round 3, scammed him. Round 4, scammed him. Round 5, scammed him. Round 6, scammed him. Round 7, draw. Round 8, draw. Top 8, scammed him. Semis, scammed him. Finals, scammed him. Didn't lose a single game 1 on the entire weekend. Yeah, Ox, but I think with what happened in Canada, and I expect Phoenix and Geopraiser to be the 2 most popular decks potentially at the RC, and so I think Torch is insanely good right now, but can't play game objects in other formats. You can definitely play game objects in other formats. I would say typically there are way more game objects in other formats than there are in Modern. Have you played Standard? There are game objects all over the place. You're just going to spin a wheel for your Atlanta deck? That's funny. Pioneer's Game Objects Paradise. It certainly is for Tiamu's deck. In fact, Tiamu had infinite game objects in our last game, or at least could have. Yeah, Mikey, what's up, man? Foss, I could buy the End. I think the End is an acceptable card. I could see playing at the End. I know Willie Edel was on the End. I played the End a couple weeks ago. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing at the End. Is Living End a meme? Yes. I think it probably is. I don't know. Ask Casey, if Casey's in here. Chainsaw, is living end a meme? You have to be honest. You're not allowed to lie. Alright, we've got to be close to the next round, right? I hope. 2 matches left. Why is Hypergenesis still banned? I couldn't even tell you what Hypergenesis does, but I assume it's probably for good reason. I don't know for sure, though. Joey, yeah, I believe that. Scam is usually pretty good against Living End, although some of the new iterations of Living End are interesting with, like, the Furies and stuff, but... You know, Sedna, I don't think we need that. I don't think we need show and tell in Modern, but that's just me. Sad it wasn't Chainsaw. Oh, you guys are awful. Chainsaw got enough trolling from me this weekend. I don't think he needs any more. Chainsaw went 1-1 against Scam. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, and you were on the Furies though, right, Chainsaw? I think the Furies like really changed the matchup quite a bit, honestly. Yeah, I don't know, Fo. I think it's interesting, the Torch the Tower thing. I mean, if you look at the winning list from Japan, I know it wasn't Rack Mid, it was Transmog, but that list was on 3 Torch. I think Torch is really, really good if that combo deck does not see a ban. There's a world where I'll even play 4. I'm not doing it yet, but, I mean, if we expect Phoenix to have the prevalence it did in Canada, in North America, which I think it might, I think we'll have a very high showing. Like, I don't really think Torch is bad into really anything. Like, the 4th Torch might be better than the 3rd push. Day 600 of waiting for Fury to get banned. I don't think Fury's getting banned anytime soon, but I could be wrong. They could just do a mass banning in Modern at some point, but I think the first order of business is getting grief out of the format. I think that will hopefully make it better. I think you should, Fo. Almost every build in Canada and Japan was on 2, minimum. And then there were some people playing 3. The Beseech the Mirror. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You can literally get concussed and go 3-2 with Scam. Oh. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to what the format looks like right now, MTG, and I think that Torch is just absurdly well positioned. You could play Coffers too. Yeah, Coffers is also very good. We'll just see what happens moving forward. We'll see if the BNR changes anything. I've got some pretty exciting news for next week too. I guess I'll bring it up to viewers right now, but it sounds like Doomwake and I are going to do a collaboration stream after the BNR next week, so we'll do a little bit of testing together. We're talking about doing that, so that will be really cool if that happens. I won't announce anything officially online until we actually like have a schedule and stuff set up, but I think that'll be pretty exciting. Leaking it on Reddit. God dang it, Joey. Last year we did that before the not Doomwake and I, but we just had people on and did 1v1s before the RC, and it seemed like it got a lot of views. People seem to like that, so we'll try to do that again this season too. Is the next few weeks I'll try and get people on to do 1v1s with me, and we'll jam matchups and wait. What happened? Had to take a call. We're just waiting for the next round at this point. We stopped talking about Mono Black. The mirror is fun when you have Leyline in play. The scam mirror, yeah, I mean, it can be. No way Wapo is holding the roundup. Dude, they're only in game 2. The best part is it's not even the... Remph is also holding us up. As I say, it's not the only match left. Oh, and my opponent, Lit Plays. Blue-white holding us up. What is on our wish list for bans? Well, I think for the general health of the game, my personal wish list would probably be minimum Grief in Modern and Geomancer and maybe also Dinosaur in Pioneer. Hard to say, though. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I think I would be fine with don't you ban my Dinosaur. All right, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's Geo and Pioneer. Yeah, Geo probably does. Even though it is the easiest one in theory to interact with, killing a turn 3 kill on the play is... I mean, I get that. I mean, Convoke can do it too. Like, the problem is, like, if the standard is, like, turn 3 kills are good enough, are too good, like, other decks can do it too. That's, like, kind of the stupid thing. Ban Appraiser and Karn and Pioneer. Karn's not going anywhere, I don't think. That is true, Joey. That is true. I mean, it's really heinous. I do hope. Oh, it looks like Waffle 1-2-0. Yep. All right. Well, we're not in the Waffle bracket, so I guess that's good. When are next bannings? Next Monday. Terminated with no severance. Literally tin can on the streets. All right. We're heading into the next one here. Praiser might be the only ban. It's really hard to say. It's just hard to say. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Didn't read your second. Modern ban all the evoke elementals. I did read it. I just didn't comment on it. I think that is just never. They're never banning that whole cycle. It's just not happening. They would maybe ban Grief. They would maybe ban Fury. They would maybe get rid of Solitude. I highly doubt it. The other two are not getting touched anytime soon. Go 4-1 here. The whole season was a fluke. I'll try my best. We had a good start. We had a really good start. Our first win was nice. The win in the mirror was pretty awesome. I think we played well to win that one. Against Blue-White, I drew like an animal. We played well too, but I drew insane. And then Tiamu top decked us a couple times, but I drew so well against Blue-White. Like I said, I don't know that I'm allowed to complain. All right. Tia 93. Not sure what my opponent is playing here. No companion. This hand is fine. It's not amazing, but it's not a mulligan, I don't think. Okay. And they took a mulligan. No companion means we might be playing a mirror. We might be playing against Phoenix. Okay. Blue-white control. Likely. No companion's a little weird. They could be on Lotus Blue-white. They could be on, yeah, that's probably about their range here, is Lotus Blue-white or normal Blue-white. Pathway. Okay. I'm just gonna play a Harvester. I think I want to just shock this in, actually, funny enough. It's a little weird. They could be on, like, there's no way Spirits would ever play Restless Anchorage, right? That'd be kind of insane. Oh, is this just Ryan? Are we just playing against Ryan Hayes? Okay. It's fair. Whatever. I think I just shocked this in. They shouldn't, but sometimes they do. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm just doing this. My play is pretty scripted here. Get lost? Deal. Ryan played no companion. I see. Okay. Well, I'm going to play a Trespasser. It doesn't get... Oh, alright. Narset. Okay, that explains the get lost a lot more. Because he didn't want me to be able to kill the Narset. You Narset indeed. You Narset indeed. I think I'm just going to jam a Trespasser here. Ludon Fable doesn't even do anything with a Narset in play anyway. Oh, I'm not leaving Narset alone. Okay, it takes a Verdict. God, that's so annoying. Alright, that's... okay. I mean, I think I played Trespasser. It kind of forces him to just go land Verdict you. At which point I can go Duress Fable next turn, so that's fine. Like, getting 1-for-1 Verdicted blows, but I think it's okay. Like, if he taps out for Verdict, I could just resolve Shieldred too. I mean, we'll just kind of wait and see. March of Otherworldly Light. Okay. Yeah, Duress plus Fable will be good next turn for sure. He's thinking about Verdicting. Oh, he missed a land. Interesting. That was a busted draw. Alright, I'm going to cast a Duress and see what's going on. That's step one. Ooh, that temp lockdown. Okay, let's think here. Let's think here. The temp lockdown is actually the best card in his hand. Strangely enough. This is very odd. Well, temp lockdown doesn't deal with the Graveyard Glutton, though. It's a tough one. I guess I can just, like, take Deluge. That's an interesting one here for me, too. Take Deluge, move to combat, attack, eat it. Yeah, I kind of don't hate that. Yeah, I agree. It's one of those three. I think it's going to be the Deluge here. Tough call, but I think that's right. And then I think I start mapping. Like, he could march this, but he has to 3-for-1 himself, so it's just wildly embarrassing. I think we can beat the make. I just don't need to cast spells right now. I'm just going to map onto this Glutton and just start beating. Honestly, hopefully we just flip lands. All right, perfect. I think I'm going to do it again. Map onto it again, and because there's no reason to really play that. Like, I want the Takenuma, so I'm just going to map onto this again. See if I like the card or see if it's a card draw. God, drawing cards through Narset is so funny. Probably just looking for another 1-mana hand hate spell right now. That would be quite good. No way this is their play. There is no shot this is their play. They are going to dead-ass 3-for-1 themselves on this. That is unbelievable to me. They pitch Verdict. Alright. Well, their hand is now Wandering Emperor, make disappear. That was crazy. Play this. Go. Absolutely unhinged line from our opponent there. They chose to 3-for-1 themselves into Rakdos. That's a way to play. Elk. Yeah, me too, dude. I agree. WoW is about all you can say. They must be hungry. Alright, so this is interesting. I think I'm supposed to go Fable and give them the option to make disappear it, and then they can't Wandering Emperor, and then I just slam a Bankbuster down their throat. And that's what I'm going to do. Like, I don't think Fable is that good here at all. dude. We're just walking my opponent into everything. This is great. No. No. Okay, play this. Go. Slam that bussy down the throat. Alright, so their last card is Emperor. I'm just going to play this as a land here because I want to be able to activate this on their turn. Shieldred, your turn. Our opponent marching, I am stunned at how this game has gone. Marching to 3-for-1 themselves. It's just baffling how poor that play was. Head injury is all you can think. I mean, that's insane. We are 2-1 in a high-level match, and they didn't flash in the Emperor? What are they doing, man? What is going on here? Yeah, you got it. I'm going to draw a card. So they think I'm just going to attack into their Emperor? Sorry, opponent. That will not be happening. Probably senile. Oh, God, dude. Alright. So awkward. It's so weird. Like, them not playing the Emperor, like, is... It's kind of going to work out for them, because I can't attack now. Which sucks. I guess I just play this. I don't get to loot, which is pretty depressing, but... It does, yeah, no, it actually worked out somewhat well for them, I think. Because making tokens would have played into my removal. Not a huge reason for me to hold lands. I think I play lands right now. I'm just going to play it. Okay, now they flash it in. It's interesting. Okay. That is fine. That deluge in their yard could be a big problem. Okay. I'm going to do this and then kill a token. Okay. I need to set an upkeep stop now for this Bone Crusher Giant. Now I can kill that Narset if I want and then get to Chapter 2 here. Although both these are good. Like, all my cards are good. I don't even need Chapter 2. You should have entered this LCQ. Yeah, maybe you should have, man. Oh, that's awesome. All right. Can I kill my opponent? I mean, I can get pretty close. I can put them to 4. Actually, no, they're dead. They're literally dead on board. I stomp this. I play this. Or no, I go for the throat this. I stomp their face. I play this. I crew. I hit them for 10, and then they die to their draw step. So they just lost the game. All right, cool. Oh, they do have this, though. They do have an anchorage. Never mind. They do have an anchorage. So it's not that simple. Unlucky. All right. Well, this will be a tricky turn to navigate. Let's draw a card. That's free. I'm going to set a stop in the... Blood Tithe. I mean, it seems reasonable to me to go Bone Crusher, kill this, so stomp this, and then play this crew, attack all, they fire this up, and then I go for the Throat It. And then they can, like, Tuck Shieldred at 2 life, but I mean, it's pretty unlikely they can win from that position. They get to make a 2-2 here. I think that's the line. Maybe that's too... Maybe I'm just supposed to control the table. They could just kill their Tef. It's probably the, like, very safe line. I can actually just kill their Emperor and their Tef. Because if they, like, top-decked a Verdict, I could lose if I leave all this shit in play. But if I kill this, they're still probably dead. Even if they draw a Verdict or whatever, we could still probably get out of it. Alright. I think I'm just going to kill the walkers. This at the Wandering Emperor, these at Teferi. Kill this. Now they can't cast Deluge. No, I don't care about the Narset. The Narset doesn't matter. At all. To be completely honest. Okay. Go. Take your draw step. Alright. Yeah, it was an interesting turn. I mean, we just had to make sure to not fuck that up. I believe just killing the walkers makes it almost impossible for them to win this game. It's just so unlikely. Like, we would have to... Like, we have a Flip Fable coming up, a Blood Tithe. We still have a Blood. We have another draw on the Bank Buster, which gives me more body. Like, they would have to have multiple insane draw steps in a row to win this game. It's like Verdict. Verdict into, like, land to Deluge. Me destroying all air. Could have beat me, but... Okay, those 6 board out the torches. We're going to leave that go for the throat for cats still, much like we did last time. Pretty simple sideboard plan. Yeah, Kebby, I agree. And I'm pretty sure our opponent probably wins that game if they don't 3-for-1 themselves on that march, to be honest. If they're just, like, patient and just, like, 1-for-1 Verdict and then use the march later on the Bank Buster, they probably could have found an avenue to win that match. Or that game. I don't know. The 3-for-1ing yourself against Rakdos is sickening. Like, I honestly cannot believe that was a line they took. You would have, even though you're a paid actor? Yeah, that's fair. No hand hate, but I'm going to keep it, certainly. Double Bank Buster is pretty strong. Definitely need to find some hand hate in a somewhat reasonable time frame, though, or they might just go like Deluge into Teferi or whatever. Okay. I'm going to turn these stops off for now. I'm just going to play a bank. Does play right into Make Disappear, but and they have to have it. I guess they could have any of their 2-mana counters. There's a world where I just Croaks of them. Problem is that's so free for them to just like discard a card. I guess if I Croaks of them though, I could then K-command them, return Croaks like they discard, and then Croaks of them again. That might be the best on the mana situation. Huh. This is actually close. It might actually be Croaks of you, and then K-command you, discard, return Croaks of you again. That might be a really good sequence. I think it is a good sequence, actually. That's what I'm going to do. It also, like... God, it doesn't play as well into Narset, if they have a Narset. I don't know. I'm going to do this. I think this makes sense. If they Narset, I can, like, deal 2 damage and then make them discard to the Narset. Cycling a Typhoon? Okay, sure. Okay, they discard Temp Lockdown. Sure. And they miss land. Okay. Well, this is going to be a very easy K-command them on the upkeep, I think. Yeah, K-command you upkeep, you discard, return Croxa. Cycling another Typhoon. Sure. I do think I want to give them the option to counter, but maybe I don't. I think I do. I want them to tap out. I want to get a Bank Buster down. I'm not even going to do it upkeep anymore. Just do it end step. Turn target creature, you discard this, you. Okay. There goes a Regal Caracol. It's a pretty easy shock in a Bank Buster. Okay, play another one. Go. Well, them hitting a land there is really bad for me. That's a pretty okay draw, at least. This is bad. This is their Emperor. Yeah, man. I think I'm just supposed to go land, go, maybe draw a card first. Just draw a card makes sense here. It's kind of awkward into Tef right now. Okay, Mutavault's kind of good. The best options next turn. I mean, I guess I can just, like, Croaks them here. No huge reason to leave up Bone... I guess Bone Crusher's better into Emperor, but I think this is a good Deluge spot for them. I think I just want to Croxa. I definitely want to use my mana, so let's Croxa. See if they Deluge in response and they pitch a make disappear. Sure, go ahead. I'm not actually in that good of a spot if they have Deluge. If they have Emperor, I think I'm good, but Deluge, yeah. Tia93 wants a raise on his paid actor. That's fair. We're actually in a little bit of trouble. This is not a game I feel like crazy good about right now. Not hitting a hand hate spell has been pretty unfortunate. Any of our 8. Because now they can, like, Tef or play Caracol. Okay, they did neither. It's very interesting. I think I jam a Trespasser here. This is the hard... They can't change the equation it, they can't veto it, and they can't make disappear it. And then I get to eat that Deluge. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Okay, eat that Deluge. And I'm... if I hit an innate spell, I'd probably still cast it here, so... We'll do it. Okay, go. Another Deluge, maybe. Could be an Emperor. Could be a March on the Bankbuster. Dig through time. Wow, okay. It's kind of scary. Yeah, I'm, like, legitimately losing right now. I think. I mean, I guess I do have, like, 2-man land. I mean, losing might be a stretch, but I feel like this is kind of a scary spot. Also worth noting, I'm down to 10:43 on clock, so I do need to start picking up the pace a little bit here. It's fair. It's going to be a March on the Bankbuster. Yeah, this is really bad. This is really rough. Wow. Dream Trawler. Yeah, I'm probably not beating a Dream Trawler. It's good to know they have Dream Trawler. Yikes. Huh. Caracol and Dream Trawler. I think I'd probably just concede this game, to be honest. I don't really know how I get out of this. I don't have a Liliana, so this is probably not beatable. Yeah, I'm going to just concede. Okay. A little unfortunate. Well, we're going to run it back. That Dream Trawler is a problem for me, though. It's a shame. I think we played that game well, but we needed them to miss lands a little longer. Seeing 0 of 8 hand-hate spells in 15 is pretty unfortunate. I mean, we don't need Edict, but it would be nice. Should I say, I don't think you need it in the deck. Dream Trawler is not really a card people are playing anymore, I don't think anyway. People have typically been on Kahira control the last few weeks, or, you know, Yorion. Oh, nice. That's good. That is good. Modern needs it. Modern is terrible right now. I'm pretty sick of it. So I do hope they do some meaningful stuff. And it might be more than grief. Like, maybe they need to do more than grief. But grief is where they need to start, in my opinion. Yeah, it turns out when two weekends in a row, Moto events don't fire in Modern, that's a good way to get things going. Yep. This hand is quite strong. My opponent's hand is very good. The Deluge worries me. Temp Lockdown deals with Bankbuster, but it's not like a great answer to it because I do get to draw a card off at first. It's a tricky spot. I honestly think I'm supposed to take their Deluge, but that might be wrong. Could just take the Lockdown and try to find another hand-hate spell. We've got multiple draw steps to 7 hand-hate spells. So maybe I just take the answer to the bank. I'm going to take the Lockdown, but I do think it's close. I think that was really close. Okay, that's an unbelievably good draw. Play this, play Bankbuster. That's pretty good. Play that. I don't need more red mana. I don't think I'm going to play this on black. I guess playing on a red kind of makes sense. I lied. I'm actually going to play it on red. I'm going to cast this Duress. Okay, I'm going to take their Deluge. Opponent has Get Lost in hand, can't win game. Go ahead. Yep. Nice. All right, that is honestly good to hear. How do I want to do this? Probably just duress them again. And then tap land, draw a card, more than likely. Okay, I'm just gonna take... Honestly, I might take the Get Lost at this point. Yeah, I think I take the Get Lost. I'm going to take the Get Lost. Play this tap to go. And now we just get to start burying them. I mean, this is like... so awkward for them. Play this. Part of me wants to just fire up an attack, but it may not be right. Guess I can blood a land away first. I feel like they drew a Deluge. I guess they would have wanted to maybe leave up Double Make Disappear here anyway. Okay, Seer Step, go. We'll play this on black. Go ahead. Okay, they did not draw Deluge, so that's great. Their mana is also kind of a train wreck right now. They're in a lot of trouble. That's pretty good. Crew this. Combat. I'm actually going to play an untapped land here, so I could pay through Double Make Disappear if they chose to do that. I think that's a fine play here. Although I guess if they Double Make Disappear, they can't get that second white source, but I do really want to resolve this card. I mean, they could just have another 2-mana counter. Is the thing about it. So maybe I'm supposed to give them the option. I don't even know how good it would be for them. I think I don't want them to have the option, though. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Go. We'll see if they field me here. Yeah, I thought they would too, Foss. I'm a little surprised they didn't, but now they have no choice, right? Unless they have Deluge exactly. Which I almost think they would have maybe considered main phasing Deluge had they had Deluge to look for lands, but we'll see what happens. They could, I guess, have like... No, if they had Get Lost, I think... We'll see what happens, but... Yeah, here comes the field. It's fine by me. Yep. Get this. Get lost on the Bank Buster. That's annoying. Really, really annoying. Okay. Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna pitch both lands, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty insane. Play this. Play my stuff. Go. Could map onto one of these, but that's just not necessary. Daddy Demon, yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. We do like our spot. That's a good one. I'm going to try to find... So, I'm going to go map here. Thoughtseize. No, I'd like that one. I'm going to blood into that. Discarding the bone, I guess? So weird. Huh. I don't know, I kind of want the bone. I think my hand is, like, kind of insane. Maybe I don't want to draw that Thoughtseize. They make disappear 2 other cards. I mean, I would like to maybe hit a Wandering Emperor if they have one. But if they have an Emperor, like, I get to deal with it. Yeah, just attack. Yeah, they can always field me in response to, so I don't love that. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna attack. As I could play this and draw into the Thoughtseize. If they Emperor me, I think I'm okay. I'm just gonna attack. I think this is a fine just attack for 10 situation here. Probably Emperor my Archfiend. And then I just get to stomp their Emperor, play Bankbuster, draw Bankbuster, and then do the thing. This could be a March. Be a Get Lost. It's a Shark Typhoon. No, it's a March. Okay. Sure. Play this. Activate this. Thoughtseize you. Take your Teferi. Pop map here, I guess. blessed on this. Well, we knew it was there, to be fair. Duress, do I even need a Duress? Duress seems kind of shitty. I'm going to bin that. It does force an Emperor, but I think we can do better, honestly. Go ahead. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to keep the Duress there. I do think it's, like, kind of close, but... BCS, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's go, baby. All right, 3-1. See if we can get a 4-1 today. God, I love Rakdos, man. So I'm honestly, I do think Geoappraiser needs to go, but I am a little sad that that deck is going to get hit, because I really think that this format, like, I think I had a good build of Rak. I mean, hopefully I'll come up with one for the next format too, but... Karn getting banned is really interesting too. If that is what happens. Why, Brandon, why do you say that's what it sounds like? They said it on the MTG stream? I see. Have a great last match. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, dude. So allegedly they've confirmed. Yeah, that's what people are saying, I guess. I mean, it's kind of obvious that there were going to be, like, it was very likely they were going to make some changes. The Modern Challenge has not fired the last 2 weeks on Sunday, and even though there were other things going on, that's very unusual, and I'm sure Wizards is not thrilled about that. People have been complaining about Modern for months now. There's been a lot of outcry from people who typically even like Modern. Like, a lot of people who normally like Modern hate it right now. It's quite bad. So it's good they're listening and going to hopefully make some changes. And as far as Pioneer goes, I mean, Geoappraiser is ridiculous, so it would make sense if something gets changed there. What I think the changes are for Modern, Grief for sure. That's all I would say. Grief is going to go. I would imagine Up the Beanstalk may go as well. The Ring could go. But you've got it. I mean, Grief needs to go. Grief is so stupid. Atlanta about to be bonkers. It's going to be really interesting, yeah. I mean, it's not going to be that bonkers because I don't really know how much, like, Phoenix is still going to be great. Convoke is still going to be great. Heroic is still going to be great. Heroic does get worse with the banning of Karn. Funny enough, because that means Green, like, who knows if Green is even still good without Karn? Is Beanstalk even good without Solitude and Fury? I mean, probably not, but I don't think they're going to ban those cards. Maybe they will. Maybe they just get rid of everything except Endurance and Solitude. Maybe they just get rid of the whole cycle. I think that's pretty unlikely, though. I think Grief is going to go. The One Ring has a strong argument to get banned as well. Renin 6 has been a card that even, like, before Lord of the Rings came out, that was the one that I thought should get banned a long time ago. I mean, it's tough. Just ban Modern Horizons and Modern Horizons 2. That'd be pretty nuts. And honestly, you have a point. I mean, those sets are absurd. Yeah, but it's only dead because Bean exists, and it's only dead because they're just better. Like, it's immediately going to be the best card in Red-Green again if Bean got banned, right? I mean, just... Also, if Grief gets banned, Scam gets way worse, which means Creativity is good again, and that was one of its best shells. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what they do. I think step one is Grief. Get Grief out of here, and then whatever else they want to try, they can do. But Grief needs to go. Well, let's all watch this. I'm going to pull this up right now. Let's just watch this. We've got a little bit of time here. 40 minutes. What on earth? Do we have any idea what time they say this?
A deck is around for a long, long time, and it's winning.
All right, hold on.
At a higher clip than.
Tell you what cards are affected next week, if anything. We will be specific about formats, though, so stay tuned for that. But we won't tell you exactly what cards. Now, they're going to talk you through a lot of their thoughts about formats and the way they think, so you might be able to glean some clues and make some guesses in the meantime, but we're not going to be specific. Now, before we get to that and before we introduce our two fantastic panelists, a quick reminder that MagicCon Chicago tickets have gone on sale yesterday.
All right, so we're going to skip some of this.
A ton of you are going to be there. I'm going to be there.
Casey, you said 8:30.
That involves us taking a card out. Sometimes it means putting a card back in.
We'll do it 8.
Generally, we try to keep things as healthy as possible, as fun as possible for the most amount of people.
Yeah, fun is the key there. We want you to enjoy what you're doing, and sometimes metagames just evolve, or cards are released and they have unexpected interactions, or simply they're too strong. We do a lot of work to try and keep things in a band of reasonable health, but outliers happen. We do take some risks, and we want it to be exciting, and but not for you to experience the same punishing cards over and over and over again.
Now, fun can be somewhat subjective. When one person finds fun, another person doesn't.
Yeah.
So, what are the what are the metrics? What are the things that the individual data points that you all look at and discuss when you're determining is something fun? Is it working for a format or
Not
not?
much, Donkin. We just started it, man.
I was just going to say we involve a lot of people in those kind of discussions, and so everyone has like a sort of different background, and they have a different play experience, different life experience, and so we try and just everyone does have a different definition of fun, like you said, but ideally we have enough sort of different play styles and types of people with different risk tolerances, and sort of form a nice holistic picture to get an average fun, net fun, I guess you would call it.
Yeah, like we play these formats constantly. We look at the data when it comes to things that we can glean off of MTGO and MTGA. We take all of that into consideration as well. So it's generally a lot of things happening all at once when it comes to what influences us on these decisions.
So, what sort of data are you looking at? Are you looking at play rate, win rates,
all of that?
All of that. Okay.
Yeah. If a deck is around for a long, long time and it's winning at a higher clip than other decks for a long time, that's something we'll definitely have an eye on. If there is a deck that wins a lot, and even if it's a short, small, sort of a balance between those two numbers, a high win rate but not a lot of people playing it, maybe it's a very difficult deck to play. Maybe people, something like that. We will maybe keep that in play for a little longer. But yeah, when those two things collide, and
yes, I can.
Win rate gets too much. Definitely a thing.
Is that better?
Have under our scrutiny.
But again, I do want to stress that it's always a confluence of things. Like we look at the funness, we look at the numbers, we look at other factors.
Sweet.
It's not just one of those things. It's always a confluence of those.
Yeah. Well, and one of the interesting things I always find fascinating about those discussions is that sort of next step.
The next
All
round
right,
starts
if we
in
make
2 minutes,
this move,
so we'll have to
what
put
effect
this
does that have on the
pause,
format
we
as
can
a,
come back to it
as a
after
whole?
the round.
How deep do you all go in that space?
Yeah, it's important to kind of like understand, hey, if we do this thing, what are the ramifications of this? Another piece of information that I think the public doesn't really consider a lot is that we know generally what cards are going to be released in the pipeline. So we can kind of make an inference on what we think will happen. Obviously, it's really hard because there are so many players and there are so many of us. But we try to keep our predictions, as within line as we can, thinking about future cards, thinking about what we think the community is going to do with all these cards. So it's really a lot to it's a lot to track. And
Yeah, it's you're kind of like going all over the place with your graphs and your data and your sentiment. You don't want to go too far down that, I would call it a rabbit hole of like predictions, because every prediction you make has a little error bars around it, right?
Yeah.
Even the cards we release have error bars around it. We think it's going to land here, but maybe it's 5% up or 5% down. And so every time we will, take an action, we can go maybe one step and we'll be like, right 5% less of the time each step down that road. So it's all probabilistic in nature.
All right, so the other thing we wanted to cover up top is the date. So we've got this one coming up on December 4th. We just had one on September 8th. We announced the new cadence this past summer. We announced a window, but we're kind of tweaking that window a little bit, correct?
Yeah, so it's really nice for you all to be able to expect when things are going to happen, and we want to maintain that. But sort of locking ourselves into like a single date, when we have a lot of things going on, there's events, there's new sets coming out, we want to have a little bit of flexibility. So we want to move to about a 2 to 5 week window after each main
That's fair,
release.
Yeah, it would probably be
during which we'll take
way
action.
better, obviously. All right, we're
do
going
our
to
best to give you as much advance notice as we can.
We'll try to pause it again. There we go. All right. Yeah, this hand looks good. We're going to keep it. We're playing against E. Smith, who maybe a mono red aggro. Mono red's an interesting deck right now. They're on the play. I don't have a remove. I mean, this hand could just get run over by mono red, but I'm going to keep this hand. All right, he's still on mono red. Yep. Do I Thoughtseize? If they have light up the stage, I want to take light up, but if they just had like Bone Crusher Giant and nothing better, then I want to Thoughtseize. What's up, Danny? We're 3-1. We're playing against mono red here, so we'll see if we can finish on a good note. Not sure what I want to do on this turn 1. I think Thoughtseizing a Bone Crusher is very important, given that I'm going to go Blood Tithe into... That's awesome, Danny. No, I don't think it's Duress first. Bone Crusher is too important to take. See, now this is... Okay, this is tricky. It's a tricky one. I'd probably take the... So I wonder if I just don't Blood Tithe on turn 2. Maybe I just take the Oger and then plan to Duress the Chandra. I think that's the play. Take Oger and then Duress Chandra. They can have a play with fire. Yeah, that is a-okay. Well, now... I could do this. I'm probably not going to. They kept it on top. It's worrisome. We're just going to Duress. Wow. All right. This guy is really just getting in there with the damage. I mean, like I said, I think it's just Duress, your Chandra. Their last card is a land. It's a Ramanap Ruins. Well, we're in pretty okay shape. I mean... Gonna play this here. I'm not bluffing anything anyway. I could bluff something, I guess, but alright, that's fine. Hopefully we'll be okay. Okay, I need to draw a little better than this, but I think we will likely still be alright. I'm obviously going to Fable here. I mean, this is a scary spot for sure. If their top deck is good... I'm in a lot of trouble. I believe I need to block and just have no fear here. Play with fire goes upstairs. I mean, they could just have like a light up the stage. They would have main phase though, right? I think. This could just be another play with fire. Could be a stomp. Either way, I think I'm going to do this. I don't think I'm in the position here to not block. Yeah. Because if I don't block, they can still just do the same thing and put me to 3. Which is pretty poor. That's a good draw. Goodbye, goodbye. All right, Graveyard Trespasser, Fatal Push here is insane. Play this. We'll play it on black. Trespasser, eat your Oger. Looks good, looks good. Kumano. Yep. Wow. All right, Fatal Push this. Block. All right, well, that was great. That was also a good draw. Let's exile this. Is there any reason to leave this up? Not really. Do I want to play this and this, or do I want to play this and draw a card? If I play this, I'm going to play this no matter what. The question really is just, do I also play this? I probably do. I don't think I'm interested in drawing cards. I think I just want to pressure them and kill them, so... Eat your Swift Spear. Go to 6. Go ahead. Could F6, but I'm not going to, because if they played like a Swift Spear or whatever, I'd want... Okay, cool. Alright, winning game 1 is big. Never fear, it is only mono red. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Alright, so how do we want to board versus mono red? I feel like K-Command is good. Kroxa might be good. Hidatsugus are interesting. I do like Kroxa. That's going to come in. I feel like this is too many Bank Busters. I think I only want like 2. The amount of duress I want in my deck is interesting as well. I don't typically think sweepers are very good against mono red, because you kind of just use your removal on their stuff, so sweepers can be pretty awkward. It's like fine. Hidatsugu is fine. I will give it a firm fine. I guess on the draw I'll try them. They may be okay. Mr. Hotshot again? Yeah. What up, dude? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about these Hidatsugus. I feel like they probably are fine. No, I'm not cutting Bone Crusher Giant, man. Bone Crusher is fire against mono red. It could actually be like duress, but I think duress is important. Maybe the Kroxa is a little cute. Maybe I like it more on the play than on the draw. I'm actually going to bring in Kroxa, especially if we're bringing in Hidatsugu. Chapter 2 just makes this ass. I don't know. I think this card's like fine, but I like it more on the play, I think. Maybe I just go to 1 Bank Buster. I don't think Bank Buster is like great here at all. Maybe something like this. I think I like this. Let's do this. I might like a second Bank Buster on the play as well, but... Cut like 3 lands. No thank you. Alright, this hand is quite pretty good. Keep. Well, I'm going to Thoughtseize. Well, their hand is pretty poor. I think I just take the Ferocidon, almost certainly. Yeah, it's like certainly the Ferocidon, I think. Taking a 1-drop is tempting. Like, if I take the Firebrand, they might not get any benefit on Chapter 2, but I'm worried about just dying to Ferocidon. This is actually a really interesting... I'm saving a ton of life by taking Firebrand. Yeah, I actually am maybe supposed to take this Firebrand, as weird as that is. Because I could always torch the tower with the bargain to deal with... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to... Alright, we're taking Firebrand. Go ahead, opponent. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, so we're just going to jam this here. They can Wild Slash it if they want. I don't care. You were waiting for a good top deck, weren't you? Yeah, I'm sure you were. Play this. They still could have ripped like a Bone Crusher. Okay, that's not what they drew. There's always something new. Yeah, Thought Seizing a Raging Goblin is not a normal play pattern, I will admit, but I do think in this case it was correct. Alright, that was a beautiful draw. Now I get to kill them both. Yeah, so I'm gonna stomp. You miss Raging Goblin, fair. A little sad I have to take a point of damage here, but I think we'll be okay. Another Torch. I don't know that that's good enough. I'm going to bottom this. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, but, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It does let me double spell next turn again. Like, maybe it's good enough. Because I have this Bone Crusher. The only card, the card I'm most worried about right now, there are two cards. Oger and Hazaret. And I guess Chandra. Torch can go after Chandra, though. I think I'm just looking for, like, Shielded or Archfiend to kind of, like, try to start putting this game away. I think this is a bad keep. I don't think I'm supposed to keep this. I mean, it does set up a... It's so hard. It sets up a good next turn, but... Like, the ways I think I lose this game, it doesn't beat those. There are other ways I can lose the game, too. Like, my opponent could just never draw another land and just... I could flood, but that's, like, less... Yeah, I think I'm supposed to bottom it too, Duncan. It's close, though. Alright. Ooh, yikes. That's pretty bad. It's a good example of why I hate this card. I mean, I have to play it, right? I could, I guess, draw step K-Command as well, but... Oh... I think next game we might make these languishes now that we've seen this out of them, but we'll see. I think playing this lines up the best. I think I play this. It's so bad if they, like, top deck a land, though. could play this. It puts me to 12. They attack me to 9. This can put me to 8 at any given point. This flipping, though, could set up a double block in 2 turns, which I think is important. I'm just going to do this. I think this is correct, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty embarrassing, but I do think it's correct. Okay. That's definitely not good for me, but it could have been worse. Play this. Go. I'm kind of screwed. Honestly, I don't really think there's a great way for me to get out of this. Okay. Yeah, I just go to 2 here. I'm so fucked. It's unfortunate. Bottoming the torch did kind of lose us the game, but I think we might have lost anyway. I didn't have a thing to bargain off anymore, so. Sucks. All right. Is there any out? Any out at all? This flips. They have a Ramen app. I don't think I have any outs. Like, I'm forced to block here. This flips, putting me to 1. And then they just have me dead to this. No way I can beat that, I don't think. I'm going to concede. Alright, Hidatsugu blows, as I kind of thought it would. Let's get this out of here. I might just bring in more Bank Busters, honestly. I don't think it's a, like, crazy good card here, but I think there are a lot of benefits to it. I don't know, maybe it's bad. Croxa is interesting to me. Languish is kind of interesting to me. Languish is so awkward, though, because I'm going to kill my own stuff. But because I saw that stupid dino, and I don't have that many answers, Languish is probably good. I think we want the Croxa, too. Maybe I don't want the Duresses. I'm not sure, to be honest. Really not sure. I don't think I am going to go up a Buster, although I could see the argument for it. I may just trim a Duress. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we're going to do this. Yep, keep. No, I think Duress is good. Fine, at least. I am probably going to Duress on 1 here, too, so they don't Kumano me. What a sick hand. Yeah, this hand is quite good. In before I Duress and miss. If I Duress and miss, the hand starts looking a lot worse, but I still think I kind of need to. Kumano here is so good on turn 1. All right, and they did have it. Let's go. Okay, their hand is pretty medium. Go ahead and stomp that. Right now. Goodbye. See you later. All right, go ahead. Likely just going to Fable this turn. I mean, there's some argument to play the Bone, but I don't think that's good. Okay, well, we know these 3 cards, so I definitely like our chances here. I'm just going to play Swamp and play the Fable. This sets up a good Torch the Tower. Yeah, I do too. We have 2 good discards here, I think. Potentially, at least. Yeah, that's fine. We might just keep the other Torch. I don't know. Alright, now I'm just going to probably get rid of Torch land. In theory, we could just get rid of nothing. That actually might be the best, to just pitch nothing. This hand is very good. Again, though, like, I think I could lose to Haymakers, like Hazaret. We just have to be careful. We don't want to be too greedy. Like, these 4 cards are probably good enough to beat most things. I'm going to play another Fable so I can reassess what I think of the second Torch later. Oh, he could just kill everything now. So, well, I guess no, I can't because I have to sack the treasure. I think I just pitch nothing. Maybe we just keep this all. I'm sure opponent loves to see that. All right, so I'll play this on red. Going to attack. All right, I don't need that one. Yeah, you're not wrong, Genocide. You're not wrong. I'm going to bottom this one. I don't think we need another. Part of me actually wants to Bone Crusher here because I can get more out of the loot if I wait, but it's like kind of close. I'm not actually sure here. This is a tough call again. I think I'm going to wait. I think I actually want to do this first. Well, that's like kind of strange, but I do believe this is correct. It also puts them under more pressure to do it like this. Yeah, that's fine. It also pressures Chandra better to do it this way. So, okay, I think we got very rewarded to play it this way. Now we just get to torch this, kill Chandra, hit them for 2. That's a thing I'm going to be looting away, and this is why I waited exactly. Kill this. Play this. Kill Chandra. Opponent's had enough. Let's go, dude. 4-1. 4-1ing a last chance is obviously not as good as 5-0ing it, but a lot of good competition in this event. So I'll take a 4-1 and be happy about it, I guess. I still think I get pretty good prizes for that, too. I don't usually do these. All right, never mind. We get pretty middling prizes, to be honest. I spent 300 play points to enter this, and a bunch of QPs. But the QPs are basically just free to throw at these for me because I have over 600 or something insane. So I kind of just need to use them. So I guess at the end of the day, I mean, we did profit some play points, which is cool. All right, let's go back to the announcement now. And then after we watch this, we'll determine what we want to do.
And when those windows, the date inside that window will be.
Yeah. Speaking of advance notice, so December 4th is our next one. When is the one after that going to be?
That's going to be right after Murders at Karlov Manor.
Yep, good work.
And I believe that date is now March 11th.
Yeah.
Which I think is the 5th week after.
Yeah.
Someone will have to look up the dates, but yeah.
Yeah, and I think we landed on that date because the Pro Tour features Pioneer, and we want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, you'll both be at Chicago, and we want to be able to observe results, as many results as we can, like Andy
Druid,
said, where we get all
definitely
our data
possible.
from, Magic Online, Magic Arena. But Pioneer's not on Magic Arena, so it's nice to have more real big events to get the clearest picture possible to take an action before.
Yep.
Before we take an action, rather.
Yeah. Now, Andrew, when we rolled out that new window, we did make a very clear statement on how we were treating we'll call it the rotation be in our announcement, and then the ones throughout the year. So do you want to talk more about that?
So the thing I do want to make clear again is that in these more frequent windows after a set release, we will not be changing standard for the most part. It would be very rare if we ever made an action in standard, not during the rotation window. So for example, December 4th, coming up in March, you can pretty much expect no changes in standard.
It is, yeah,
unless
that's Dan Musser,
pretty
Genocide, yep.
outstanding or not outstanding. Ridiculous happens.
Yeah.
And like we said previously, most of the standard changes will be happening when rotation happens, when the fall set comes out. So that would be, can I say the name?
Yeah, we've announced all the names.
Okay, cool. For when Bloomborough comes out.
Yeah, and so when you're talking about those mistakes or outliers for standard, can you give some examples of past cards?
Yeah. So I think probably the best example is Felidar
That's
Guardian.
cool, Genocide.
Where,
I don't remember if I've
after
ever played
probably
against
about a
him, but I
week
obviously
or 2
recognize
weeks
him
of
from
playing, you
from
can
the
already
GP days.
tell that it's not fun to play against. It's really, really strong, and people are going to do it a lot to win. And that is kind of the triple confluence of things that are going to make us do something immediately.
Okay. So talk a little bit more then about, I think we've talked about standard a bit. Let's talk about the philosophies for other formats. So let's just go right down the line from kind of standard to all the way down to vintage. So let's hit Pioneer next. What is sort of the philosophy around Pioneer?
Yeah, so the same philosophy for all the formats is, excuse me, quite true. Fun, replayable, a good amount of decks that you can have options to play. Pioneer's in sort of a unique spot where it's sort of the largest set that gets its content directly through like the standard pipeline, but it doesn't rotate. It doesn't have content that's like directly printed into it. So when we made Pioneer, we were quite enthusiastic. We were taking a lot of action, right? It was wide open. Every month we'd have multiple bans, and that kept the format flowing, kept evolving. We're just trying to figure out where the end point of that is. We had a pandemic. A lot of tabletop play ceased. It's not on a Magic Arena. It was only played a little bit on Magic Online.
Watson, you're not wrong.
We kind of took a pause, took a beat. Tabletop play came back, and I'll say we haven't really gotten back to that cadence of maintenance that it requires, because it doesn't have a natural exit point for its cards, and only the strongest cards from Standard really get there. And we want that. We want you to have a place to play your Standard cards when they rotate. It's just going to require more caretaking from
Watson,
us.
which event did you play?
Our plan is
the
to
deck?
use the sort of cadence we just described, where there's a in a restricted window after every set to really take better care of the format.
Geo-appraiser genocide, I
So,
think.
let's ask this directly. Will there be Pioneer changes on December 4th?
Yeah, so we've been monitoring a bunch of the new happenings with LCI.
Not
but we've been
yet.
looking at it for quite some time, even before that, and listening to the community, and we want it to be fun. So we've been watching the last few
Gotcha,
regional
man.
championship events over the last couple weekends since LCI has released. Lots going on, a lot has changed. We were concerned the format was just like stuck a little bit. Wild Midrange came out and had a sleight of hand, and we saw the Phoenix deck start coming back, rise from the ashes, as you will. So that was pretty sweet. There was some movement going on there. And then clearly with Lost Caverns, the Discover decks are all over the place. Amalia has a cool little Wild Growth Walker combo deck. So lots happening. But again, we want this to be a fun, replayable format. Losing on turn 3 all the time, when your opponent just casts one card, it's not that fun. If you can never go over the top of your opponent, or they always have the perfect sideboard card, sort of out of the mono green deck, not that fun. So yes, there's going to be changes to the format. You'll have to wait until Monday.
Yeah.
Monday. All right.
Also, I will add with Pioneer, with the ban list, we're always looking. We're always constantly looking at the ban list, and we're also thinking about.
Why
things
did
that we
people
could
get Karn out of that?
possibly
I didn't
release
hear
from the ban
anything that
list when
alluded
we're
to Karn
talking
getting
about
banned.
DNR with Pioneer. So it's important to keep in mind that the streak goes both ways. We can take things away. We can also give things back. So definitely keep that in mind when you're thinking about BNR.
Yeah, just to add to that a little bit, like over time, the format just has more cards, right? More cards will be into format, which means the most powerful cards from each release will probably be in the format.
I missed that.
Which means just over time, naturally, the format will get more powerful. And we should be reevaluating the BNR list as the format becomes more powerful, because maybe there's things on there that were banned years ago, and they could be released. There's always a risk when you do an unbanning.
Coco, that's kind of what it sounds
so
like,
we
yeah.
try and be really careful, really talk a lot about it, and only make the best decisions.
Try to make the best decision.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so speaking of unbans, we had one not too long ago in Modern with Preordained, so I think that's a good segue to start talking about Modern. First, since that's what I'm using as a segue, is Preordained, how satisfied have you all been with that unban?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty great.
Happy with Preordained unban so far.
It looked like it was safe to do so, and not saying we're going to open the floodgates or anything for Modern, but we definitely are going to keep looking for chances to take cards off the BNR lists.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
will
not really
say I
our
think the
goal
Preordained
that they're as small
unban
as
was
possible.
excellent.
But we would not be doing our due diligence
That
if we weren't
card
considering
should
what
have
cards
not been
could-
banned probably for
should,
the last like
come
3,
off of
4,
all the
5
lists.
years even. Who knows?
All right, so
but
let's talk more about Modern generally. Modern's a very different format than Pioneer. so
I would
how do you all
argue.
think about the
I don't know, man.
philosophy of BNR
Preordained.
and Modern.
So yeah,
I like
again,
Preordained
just
more
describing
than
it's sort of in a
Modern
different
personally,
spot than Pioneer and Standard. It
They're
does
about
get
the same,
content. We have our Modern
personally, that's my
Horizon sets. We
belief.
have the Lord of the Rings sets. And again, sort of the same trickle from Standard, where the most powerful cards come down there. And yeah, it's certainly more powerful than Pioneer. And we're okay with that. We want it to be, different from these. Each format just has to have its own identity. We want them to maintain their differences. So we sort of have been tracking Modern since the Pro Tour in Barcelona, Pro Tour the Lord of the Rings, through the whole regional championship qualifier cycle. And at the time, we last spoke with you guys about Modern. We were saying, hey, we're going to keep an eye on these Lord of the Rings cards, the Bowmasters, the One Ring, the Black-Red Evoke deck, the time Tron was doing well, Rhinos, all this stuff. And since then, we've, seen not much has changed since that event. So we gave it a little bit of time to see if, Black-Red Evoke deck won the Pro Tour. Can the format evolve? But really, more people just started playing Black-Red Evoke deck. Cards like Fury subsidize on sort of both ends with You're Not Dead Already, I think is, and those card variants, the 1 mana black
Not
spells.
dead after all.
Not dead after all. My bad.
all the 1 mana black. You
Yeah,
come
Malakir
here.
Rebirth.
It's Undying Evil.
Undying
for-
Evil.
yeah, for
There's
the
a
Magic
whole
Millennials.
gamut of them. And then on the other end, with cards like Up the Beanstalk, where no matter how you kind of cast it, you're just getting immense value. And it's keeping a lot of 1 toughness creatures at bay. That with Bowmasters as well.
Yep.
So it's pretty clear something should be done. We want, again, as many decks as possible. We want as many cards to be an option for you as possible. And if we have all these cards that are saying don't play 1 toughness creatures, well, what is that keeping away?
Right.
1 toughness creatures.
Yes.
Is there
Yeah.
1 toughness
So
creatures? Okay, great.
Almost
All right.
sounds like they're not going to
Okay,
hit grief,
so
which is
let's be
interesting
clear.
to me.
Are there changes coming to Modern on Monday?
You can expect changes
Yes, there
to
will
Modern
be changes in Modern.
on Monday.
Let's move on to Legacy, the next in line. So tell us about the
Just
the
ban all
philosophy
of
of
Modern
Legacy,
Horizon
which is a
1 and
little
2
bit
and
different.
move on.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
that would
our
certainly
philosophy
be
with
an
these older
approach they
formats is
could and
definitely
will
a
never
lot more
take,
based
because
on
that
the
would-
community sentiment.
Like, they would
given
never sell
how,
those sets at that
you know,
point, right? Like, they
when
can't
you're a
do
Legacy
that.
player, you have to invest a lot into playing Legacy. Same with Vintage, owning Power 9, owning all these fetch lands, duels, it's difficult. So when we talk about these sort of formats, we really want to make sure that we're listening to the community first and foremost. So we like to track, obviously we'll still track win rates, play rates, all that kind of stuff, and we'll look at these graphs and think, hey, is there anything crazy here? But unlike for those other formats, we're going to focus mostly on how the community is talking about the format and if they enjoyed the most.
Yeah, if we use the same exact approach for Legacy and Vintage, Brainstorm, Force of Will, Wasteland, these cards would have all been gone long ago.
Yeah.
But we don't, we want there to be a place for those cards from Magic's history to be
Yep.
played. And that's the place for those kind of things. But yeah, like Andrew said, we're tracking everything. Orcus Bowmasters is doing a lot. And Legacy in particular, there's these interesting 4-color Uro control decks, sometimes using 4th Year Lingus, almost always using Up the Beanstalk and Leyline Binding.
The place is at the kitchen
it's got its
table
own
for the
Dimir
cards
Evoke
to be
deck.
played. Yeah, Genocide, you're not wrong.
There's like 4 different Delver decks now, which is awesome to see. So we're pretty happy with the way things are evolving, using new cards, not only from things like Wilds of Eldraine with like
Carnum.
Questing Druid and Up the Beanstalk, but also from some of the LTR Commander, even the Commander products.
Yeah. I know, Dan, you briefly mentioned it, but I do want to kind of say it more clearly here.
Carnum,
when
I don't
we're
think those are
talking
the
about
people
each
they're
of these
necessarily
formats
trying
and
to
how we
listen to. I
curate
think
them,
they just,
it's
like
really
they said,
important
they
that
want
all
a
of them
general
kind of stand out from one of
fun
each other,
gameplay experience,
so
right?
that
That
if
is
you
my
want
problem
a different
with
kind
Modern.
of
The
play
gameplay is
experience, that is
awful.
that available to you.
Grief
So
Scam
that's
You,
why we
turn
generally
1
try to
is
treat these
terrible
formats
gameplay.
differently
There's
when we
nothing
think
fun
about
about
banner
that.
restricted.
Who has,
That makes sense. So
do you have fun
be
doing
clear,
that to
and
someone?
from
I don't.
Legacy.
I don't have fun when it
No,
happens
we're
to me.
pretty keen on
And I
watching
don't
the
have fun
format.
doing
Also,
it either. It's
we're
just
right in the
terrible
middle, I believe,
gameplay.
of a bunch of Eternal Weekend events.
Sounds like they might
so
keep
we'll
that,
definitely
but
be
at least
monitoring
getting
the
rid of
results
Fury
there.
makes the deck worse.
But so far, it looks like there's a decent amount of diversity, and different decks can do well.
If you're ever mad, you can
I
tweet
agree that,
at my
K2.
boss, at Aaron Forsyth, with all of your complaints. He's going to love that.
he would love that. Same question for Vintage, which feels like kind of a microcosm, but it's the only
I don't
format
know,
you can restrict cards in.
I kind of
Yeah,
liked how
restricting
they
is a very interesting
they
tool. In
managed
fact, we
Pioneer
only ban
early
cards
on.
in that format if they're dexterity-based or anti-based or something, right? So
Or Luris.
Or Luris.
Luris is not banned.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Unban Luris.
But we could, yeah. Luris is doing a number. I mean, there's a bunch of different Luris decks. I think the most interesting thing, I'll just start with no. We're not going to change anything in Vintage for this cycle. Lorien revealed the sort of island cycler from the Lord of the Rings sets, really gluing these mana bases together. You can play Luris, Lorien Revealed, Wasteland, Urza Saga, and still cast your colored spells. it's pretty interesting to see. I think, like we said, it's a really small community, really passionate community. There's a lot to explore. Which is amazing for a 30-year history game, right? That there's still cards that are impacting the format, and we believe in a positive way. There's probably not enough players that play Vintage to explore all the options that are available. So yeah, for now we're pretty happy with Vintage.
All right. So this is the part of the show where we turn to you in chat. You've all been very active, and that's fantastic. Go ahead and put your questions in chat. We're going to actively look for them to answer. It helps if you tag @Magic in them. It just helps me find them a little bit faster. So I'm going to watch for that sort of stuff. In the meantime, let's preempt a bunch of questions. Because we are going to get a bunch of questions. There have been a bunch of comments about, oh, ban this. What about this card? What about this card? So we're not going to tell you exactly what is happening on Monday, but let's tackle it this way. When you hear a lot of chatter about a specific card, someone says, "Please ban this card in this format." There's a lot of people talking about it. What do you do then? What is your thought process? What does the team start doing when they see that conversation rise up?
Yeah, so I'll generally kind of go over the process that we normally use. So we'll generally have a meeting tagged for a certain date before our announcement, probably, I don't know, two or so weeks beforehand. But before that, we have format experts for each individual format. So, I'll generally assign somebody, hey, your job is to play this format, keep up with it, tell me what you think of the format, which is fun, what's not fun, and then probably about a month before the date or something, we'll start up a thread where everybody will kind of give their 2 cents on each individual card, each individual format, and then right before the meeting, I'll generally tabulate all of that information and then kind of present that as a whole to the group in terms of like, hey, here's what we're seeing, here's what people are thinking.
I do too, Zach.
What do you think of these options? We could do this, that. What would that mean?
It sounds like they're gonna, though.
Like Dan was saying, when you set up a plan, there's lots of things that could happen, and we like to kind of see all of our options up front. So, yeah, basically a lot of work goes into it, I guess, long story short.
Yeah, for sure. Involves us, meeting with about 20 different people, and all just hashing it out. What's going to happen if we do this, that, the other thing? Cards that people mention, or cards we discuss.
Grief Ring Beanstalk, very possible. It sounded like they're getting rid of Fury.
Heuristics to try and make the right decision.
Well, and I like
they might actually keep Grief. From what it sounded like, it sounds like Fury and Bean are out of here for sure.
I find really fascinating because I get to be a fly on the wall.
They might hit more though, but it sounded like Fury and Bean are gone, and it sounded like Karn and GeoAppraiser are also
talk about
gone
sort of
for
packages.
sure. So it sounds like those four will definitely go. Will other things go? Maybe.
Is this card? Is this card? Is this card?
Ban everything but Fury.
So like you were saying, if we just did the one at a time approach, it's a lot harder to then kind of predict down the line what will happen. When you think of the changes more holistically, you can probably get a better picture of what will happen if we do X changes, what will happen if we do Y changes. So I'd say that's probably
not Shield.
Sounds like a theme. If you do too much of that too, like you don't actually know what your changes
Ring and Bean.
If you were to take a whole huge back to the format and hit like 5
Fury
cards at
and
once,
Bean, it sounds like
you might not have needed to do that if you just hit in 2 cards. So
day before, Monday, next
kind of
Monday.
The through line of our conversation is it's always many factors somewhere in the middle.
All right. Okay, so let's get to some other questions. One I saw earlier was questions about the question was phrased something like other TCGs occasionally use watch lists. We don't. Why don't we use watch lists? And would we ever consider that in the future?
I wouldn't say we use like a clear watch list, but if you do go look back at the article where we had the right after Pro Tour Barcelona,
Zach, I believe that.
Rings, we said we're keeping an eye on the Orcus Bowmasters, the One Ring. So you will pick on stuff like that. But yeah, we're not too heavy-handed with that tactic, and I think it can create
Zach,
a little
at
bit
All-Star,
of
they're not even firing mod.
hesitancy. I don't know if I should ever play that deck if you said it's on the watch list. I'm not
proxy
scared.
legacy
I
now.
don't want to.
They can't fire them either.
We don't ever do anything, and then you just never collected the cards you wanted.
Yeah.
So, nobody wants to play it.
I think there's a perception.
There are a few people on Team Switch that don't even want to go to
about this at a few different points.
RCQs. They hate Modern so much.
But I feel like we've also talked about, is the watch list a step before banning? Can we not ban something if it wasn't on the watch list? And if we ban something that's not on the watch list, are we then lying to people or
you can't make this up?
I do think
really
that we've been more liberal. We used to back in the day not even want to mention other cards.
Yeah, Zach, I think
we've certainly opened that up and been more liberal.
I hear what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, and I think this is like a good moment to mention. Like we're sort of I would say, moving a little bit on the spectrum of like, we want to be more open about these kind of things, you know. You all are so passionate about this game. We're extremely passionate as well. We want to share that passion with you and you know, give you a little bit more insight into our thoughts, and that's kind of why we're here today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think moving forward, it was pretty clear from our, you know, last
Modern is great.
no changes update that
needed.
people really wanted
Well,
to hear
that
more
is your
from us,
opinion.
and I think you can expect a lot more of that moving forward in terms of what is our thought process, how do we think about the state of the format.
Yep.
So definitely keep your eyes peeled for something in that vein.
So I've seen some questions about that September 8th announcement as well. So let's talk a little bit about that. First, my fault. It's on me. So here's what happened. The September 8th date that had no changes was the old cadence of when we do BNR announcements. We shouldn't have even had one on that date. I keep the calendar
Zach, how do you
for
like
when
the
our
new
announcements
cat,
are
man?
made, and so I was like, yeah, this is when this is happening, and it was the wrong date. And
Did I tell you I'm
as
watching
such,
Sarah's cat? So I have 3
the
right
time
now.
that the team had built into their process essentially
He's
didn't
pretty
happen.
cool, but he
There
definitely has
wasn't
some
enough
really
time to look
shitty
at the
qualities
formats, and
too.
so the consensus at that time was, well, not
One of
enough
the
has
worst
changed
things he
because
does,
not enough
man,
time has passed.
He'll like he'll
and
go into the
so
litter box,
that
and if it
is
doesn't
step
have a
one.
cap
That was
on it,
problem
he
one.
just throws litter
My
all
bad.
over the
We're back
floor.
on the right
Just
cadence now.
all the entire litter box.
But we did
just
also get the
just
question
chucks it onto
of
the
what
carpet.
has changed in that time that made you all look at changes
so
to
insane.
Pioneer and Modern.
Yeah, so I think for
Cat
Modern,
Tribal
we
League win.
we
Oh,
didn't
your
want
new
to
one
gut
does that
react
too? Oh
to
my
that
God, man.
Pro Tour. You know, Pro Tours are
Cat
you know,
Coco.
not the largest tournament, but they're pretty big. And then usually the metagame can adapt or shifts after, you know, a deck wins an event, or you see what the best decks are.
Right.
And so we were going to just track the regional championship season. There was one both for Pioneer and for Modern, and see what happened. So it didn't look like the metagame has adapted very well to, you know, the black-red deck's dominance. And, you know, even the deck right under that, which is the 4-color Omnath deck,
I don't
now
think
using
that's
the
true,
Beanstalk
Mr.
card,
3000.
also
I mean,
has
you know,
at least one card in common.
we still
yeah,
know
we thought,
a wide range of decks
well,
that
now
exist.
sounds like a
Just
good time to
test
change
those
that.
matchups. Like,
And then, yeah, for Pioneer, it's,
get in a group with somebody.
we didn't have
find-
like a lot
find
of
somebody
solid
to play with,
high-level
play
data
Convoke versus
until
Red
this
Black.
season happened.
Figure out
and
what
so,
cards matter.
you know,
Figure out how you want
that
to
September
sideboard.
8th
Play
date,
Heroic
it was
versus
a little too
Convoke.
early
play,
for us. We like
play
half
Phoenix
season was
versus Red
right in
Black.
the middle
Phoenix
of the season.
versus
Right.
Convoke.
So we were like, we
we
want to see the
still
full
know
picture as
a
much of it as we
massive
can before we get
range
to
of
December
what
4th.
the format looks
And
like. We can
then
ignore
LCI came out,
Mono
shook
Green
everything
and
up a little bit.
Appraiser
So yeah, we just have a lot
in
more
testing.
information
That's
to
not
act
that
on
hard,
now.
you know.
And acting we will do.
And yeah, I think one of the differences I do want to highlight more between Pioneer and Modern is that our current set releases, like the main Magic sets that we release every 3 months or so, they're going to have a
I
larger
agree
impact
that like
on
playing
Pioneer
random
than Modern.
leagues and randoms
Generally.
on Arena
I would
is
say
probably
most
poor.
of them, nearly all.
But
All right, the next question I got, I'll take this
I
one
agree.
'cause it's
I mean, it would be
a
cool
clear
if they
answer.
did sooner,
So
but whatever.
the people are asking about, will these changes affect Arena? Modern's not on Arena. Explorer is close. So the philosophy that Arena has put forward
Sounds
is
good, Zach.
in as much as the cards
Oh,
exist
nice.
on Arena, they will match any changes in Explorer. So
Yeah.
if there are changes, there are changes in Pioneer on Monday. All the changes
How did
that
we
can
do?
be reflected.
We
in
did good,
Arena
Cabby. We
will be
went
reflected.
4-1.
Yep, and I will also say that we heavily involve the Arena team in all of our discussions.
Yep.
You know, Blake said that he was a fly on the wall. We have multiple people from the Arena team there, and also when we discuss things offline as well, we like to involve them. So it's definitely a cross-departmental function.
Yeah. Well, they're also one of your best sources for data as
Definitely, yeah. So it's helpful.
well. All right. We have we had a series of questions about Eternal formats, and specifically your philosophy and thinking around how often you unban things in those formats. We're pretty shy with it, but we did just do one in Modern, so talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, and we did Mind's Desire
Mind's
and
Desire
Legacy
and
too.
Legacy,
That
yeah.
was like a fun couple weeks. People were trying to play with it, but it was pretty clearly too weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, unbanning is just a really interesting series of decisions. we ban cards for a reason, right? So there's a reason that they're there in the first place. But Magic evolves over time; it changes, and there's just the way I think about it is this: risk versus reward. So what is the benefit of unbanning a card, and what could go wrong? Like what are like the polars? I think the thing we hear the most, right, is like free Splinter Twin. I think we all believe internally, and I would say many externally, it's just too much of a risk. Maybe it's weaker than it was, but that sort of like all the mana's open, flash creature, kill you, like that's just not it's just not that fun. I mean, some people do have fun with it, but I would say more people don't. So yeah, it's just a lot of discussing, a lot of like, what could go wrong here? What's the worst possible scenario? We ended up, if people remember, a long time ago in Modern, we had Golgari Grave Troll banned.
Yep.
We unbanned it. Oops. 6 months later, it was banned again, or I don't remember how long. But yeah, we would really not like to do that. And it's not just because we would look silly. It's because you will all go collect cards to play those, to build that deck again, right? And then we're going to pull the rug right from underneath you and say, oh, sorry, no, it's banned again. That's not a very fun thing for your collection to go through.
Yeah.
I think that dovetails nicely into a question I've been seeing a bit of. What would it take to ban something in the current RCQ format in the middle of the season? Rakdos Evoke has been dominating for months, and nothing was done earlier in the season. So obviously we just mentioned Pioneer changes
It
are
is a
coming.
good point.
But can you talk a little bit about the considerations
No,
you give
I've always
to
been in the
tournaments and
do not
RCQs
unban
and
Twin
that
camp.
sort of
I
thing?
hated that deck.
We give a ton of credence to
Just
when
for the same
tournaments
reasons that I
are
like
happening
Appraiser, right? Like
to our
I
decisions
agree
with DNR.
very much
Like
with
I was
Mustard
saying,
that
we
it's a
have
pretty
you and the
unfun
arena team there.
experience.
We also have Huey Jensen and Scott Larrabee there in terms of talking about tournament timing. Like, hey, if we want to make a decision here, how would that affect tournaments down the road? What tournaments will be affected if we do make this decision at this time? So again, like, there's a ton of factors that go into this, and we do very much.
Turns out
listen
losing the
to,
game immediately is a
when is
pretty
this tournament
insane
happening?
punish for
How many
tapping
players
mana on
would
your
this
own
affect?
turn.
That very much goes into our thought process.
Yeah, I mean, you're all building decks and preparing for events, and there's going to be like a maximum a tolerance. Like, okay, I can tolerate this format. People are building decks for it, but there's a breaking point at some point. Like, it's just too much. Yes, we will disrupt your preparation and your deck collecting. And so finding that line, maybe black-red was really close to it. It's kind of subjective.
Yeah.
But we believed it was better to let the most amount of people who were already preparing for the events they were planning for, getting their cards for, to do as much of the tournament series as they could. We are aware that there's a couple more tournaments still left that will get affected, but this is the least amount of disruption we could do.
Well,
Right.
and to that point, that's one of the
That's
reasons
true.
we're having this stream
It is.
when we're having it and being clear that
It is
the
a
changes are
setup.
coming to Pioneer and Modern because we want people to be prepared for those changes ahead of those tournaments.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I
think
agree.
US
Yeah, Inverter was
Regional
worse.
Championship is in a
I do
couple
not
weeks.
disagree
Yep.
with that.
And so hopefully this is a little bit of information for those going to that event.
Yeah, and we were players. Both Dan and I played on the Pro Tour for years, played in all these events, and we know what it takes to prepare for these tournaments, and we know that what disruption means when it comes to taking out a certain card.
Yep.
All my work goes out the window. I have to scramble and get a new deck. Like, we've definitely all been through that, and we understand what that means for players.
Yep. All right. I'm going to take this next question. I'm seeing a couple variations of when will we know what's happening with fetch lands in Historic on Arena specifically? Because Khans Tarkir, if you don't know, is coming out December 12th. Is that the Tuesday? December 12th is when Khans Tarkir re-releases on Magic Gang Arena. Very exciting. We're calling that kind of Throwback Tuesday because we got some Ravnica Remastered stuff going on that day as well. So if you're old like me, or if you just like some older sets, December 12th is going to be a really fun day for you. Whether you're a fan of Khans Tarkir, you can play it on Arena, or Ravnica Remastered. We're going to be showing off a bunch of that set on that day. Anyway, mark that in your calendars. But as for the fetch lands, you're going to learn more about that, what's happening with that next week, I believe. I think it's either on the 4th or the 5th, either on Monday or Tuesday. You'll learn more from the Arena team about what is happening with fetch lands from Khans Tarkir. All right, next question.
All right. looks like that is the end of that. Let's turn on that background music again. Okay. Do we think they ban Geo or Dinosaur? Well, Geo is going by just like, if you go back and listen to their statement, dying on turn, I mean, Geo is the thing that kills you on turn 3, right? Not Dino. So Geo is certainly going to go, and it sounds like Karn is going to go. Just judging by the statements that Dan made, it seems very likely that Karn and Geo Appraiser at least will be going. The question is, are other things also going to go? And the answer may be yes. And then as far as Modern goes, same thing. It sounds like Fury and Beanstalk are definitely getting banned. And then will there be additional cards? Maybe. So we'll kind of see what happens. But I think what this means for the stream the next week is I'm going to try and probably tackle Standard pretty hard. Because like I said, I have my Standard Showcase qualifier is on the 9th. So that's like 11 days away, 12 days away. So I need to test really hard for that anyway. So this next week, we're probably going to be doing a lot of Standard. We'll be trying to figure that out. Because just doing random leagues with, like I said, the random league stuff is going to be awkward. Because we're going to run into the Geo Appraiser stuff probably still. And that's just not great use of our time. It's a complete waste of our time, to be honest. You want the card for Rampant Pioneer? Sure. What are my initial thoughts on where Pioneer, if Geo and Mono Green are gone? I mean, I don't think it's going to change the format that wildly, right? I mean, all the good decks are still good. Greasefang will still be good. Rackmid is still good. Phoenix is still good. Phoenix is still great. Like, Phoenix doesn't really care about any of this, to be honest. Heroic is still good. Probably a little worse because Mono Green doesn't exist. But honestly, Mono Green hasn't even been good for the past month and a half anyway. And Heroic's been doing very well. So Heroic is still going to be right there. Convoke is still excellent. The power level of Convoke is just so absurdly high. Like, when that deck does the good stuff, it is so busted. Blue-White is still going to be one of the best decks. Like, I don't really think it is going to actually change RC preparation that much. We've only had the Geo deck for a week and a half. It's not like, you know, the format is getting tipped on its head or whatever. And like I said, Karn getting banned, like, yeah, Mono Green will probably be gone, but like, Mono Green hasn't been very popular anyway. And I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think it's gonna change things all that much, to be completely honest. Steven will be jumping up and down since he plays mid-range. Yeah, I mean, Green being gone is good for Red-Black, certainly, because I just get to play Languish in my sideboard now, and I never have to register Misery Shadow again, or at least not until some other deck pops up where it makes sense. But, I mean, other than that, like, I'm not changing this list based on this banning very much. I might play one less Torch to Tower, but Phoenix is really good. I want Torch anyway. And Torch is good into all the aggro decks, too. So, like, does this list change much? Probably not. Like, I don't, like, obviously I'm playing extra Torches because it is good versus Phoenix and Geo Appraiser, but, like, Torch is also just good versus other stuff, too. Like, it's not... Yeah, I mean, they likely will do... I think they will ban more than just the 2 cards they alluded to, is my guess, but they just wanted to give us some insight into what are some things that are going to get hit. And, you know, I mean, we'll see what happens, but... Yeah, I hope they get rid of Grief, too. I would like to see Grief and Fury, and maybe Solitude's, like, less heinous, but... It's very clear they want to get rid of Fury, so that makes sense. Anyway, like I said, the next week on stream, we will either do 1v1s in Pioneer, not involving Mono Green or Geo Appraiser, or I will be playing Standard, and that is likely what the next week is going to look like. It's almost 3 o'clock, which means only about an hour left of the stream anyway. We could fire up a standard league, I guess. Let me see what I've got cooked up here. There's some decks I want to try. I do have to go rent more cards, which is kind of a headache, but God, I really miss that All Access Pass. That All Access Pass is so nice. Always miss it so much when it's gone. Where are we at here? White Artifacts. Is this the one? So this was an idea I had a while ago that I never actually tried. I wonder if I should give this a shot. 24 lands might be a little low. And then I haven't built the sideboard yet, so I guess let's build a sideboard. I'm going to play 4 Tidebinder for ramp. People are starting to play Cavern of Souls, so Tidebindering them is probably a pretty good idea. Kind of a funny one to flicker with Abuelo, too. I don't even know if I would keep in Abuelo against ramp, but I might. Probably just playing a... Honestly, I'm not even sure that I shouldn't be playing more Destroy... Like, I should probably play Destroy Evil in the main deck anyway, honestly. There's, like, a very real argument for that. Could be better than a couple Dusk Roses. Get Lost. Yeah, Get Lost. I don't know. I think Destroy Evil is just better than Get Lost, but in Standard at least. That's awesome, Zach. I want some more Destroy Evil. Straight in the cube, I bet. Yeah, that's a good one to put in the cube, definitely. We're going to play a third one of these. There are some other really good cards we could play. Want to be artifact-based, maybe more Steel Seraphs. Already got a third Steel Seraph anyway. I probably don't need more than that. Yeah, that's quite a few. Another card we could play in these artifact shells that I've been thinking about, I probably wouldn't do it in this one, but Mirror Shell Crab is kind of an interesting card too. That one I want to play if I'm like reanimating stuff though. I have a black-white, I have a blue-white build with Invasion as my splash, Invasion of Tolvada, that I want to try at some point too, but I think... What are some... I probably want some more like anti-aggro type cards. Spring-loaded Saw Blade's an interesting one. Braided Net. Actually, Braided Net should maybe just be in my main. This is a card I've been pretty impressed with. I could just go really all in on the artifact theme. Could, like, not play Wedding Announcement, play, like, Tinker's Tote, which is really good with Smithy. Alright, we're gonna get a little wild here. I'm gonna try a white deck without Wedding Announcement, I think. Malcator is probably quite good. Maybe I don't main deck Emperor. I know these are all like really good cards, but they don't necessarily fit the theme. I'm going to really try and fit the theme and see how this works. Maybe Make Disappear isn't it either. Let's try No Make Disappear as well. I'm not sure that this deck... I bet you this deck might be able to beat Esper. I'm going to worry a lot about ramp, but maybe we just sideboard a bunch of stuff for ramp. We were testing a deck similar to this in Pioneer before the Geopraiser deck came out. My testing group, and I'm very curious how this deck will play in Standard. Sarah Paragon? No, this is not a Paragon deck. I mean, it could be a Paragon deck, but I think we want all our stuff to just be artifacts for the most part. Tinkerer's Tote, I think I'm going to add. At least a couple copies. It's possible maybe the Abuelo stuff is just cute too. I'm going to try more totes. Try another tote, another net. I really like Tinker's Tote with Dusk Rose Reliquary too, so that probably makes some amount of sense. Steel Seraph. I'm not even sure if Steel Seraph is good. Now that we're kind of doing this with the deck, I think I don't want it. Although, I do need a way to gain life. Tinkerer's Tote gains... Yeah, okay. Maybe I still want a couple Steel Seraphs. Clay-Fired Bricks. Yeah, Clay-Fired Bricks is an option. Clay-Fired Bricks is definitely an option. Spring-Loaded Saw Blades is an option. There's also the 5-mana craft thing that, like, wraths the table, which could be interesting. I think I'm going to play a Blades, and we're going to see how this works. Spring-loaded Saw Blades. I think it's spring-loaded. Pretty sure. There it is. Spring-loaded Saw Blades. As far as the sideboard goes, I mean, we're just gonna... This is just a very first try. Almost certainly gonna get this wrong on the first try, but we're gonna try something like this, I think. Let's play 1,000,000 cards for ramp out of my board. I feel like that's gonna be definitely our harder matchup. The Celestis. I'm not gonna sideboard a Celestis. I mean, we could main deck one, but I think we're fine with just the Fabrication Foundries. I'm gonna play a couple of the Craft Sweeper. Could play more spring-loaded Saw Blades, I guess, too, for aggressive decks. Yeah, the Sweeper might make sense. We'll give it a try. Here it is. Unstable Glyph Bridge. We'll try a couple of these. Alright, so we're going to try this, I think. Yeah, we'll see how not having counter magic is kind of sus. But I really want to see how this plays. So let's export this. Blue-white artifacts. Plain text. Okay. Alright, let's go to Mana Traders, Deck Builder. Get over here. Alright, let's clear this. Upload. Blue-white artifacts. Now, it's very plausible that we're just going to get smashed. I know that Ramp just won an event this weekend, so this might be a really bad time to try this deck, but I do think this deck, in theory, should be pretty okay with, like, Esper. Like I said, though, that's kind of just all theoretical. I don't know. Ramp is the main reason you like Standard right now. That's fair. I mean, it is cool to have a Ramp deck that's good again, honestly. It's been a minute since like a true Ramp deck has been good. This mono green is like more combo than Ramp. We're gonna put this one on the stream decker here. Upload. How is it now? Yeah, I'll turn it down more. The reason we had it so loud was that announcement. I turned it way up for that. We're about 50% on this rental, so should be done in a sec, hopefully. Gosh, that's so funny, Brian. You know what I'm responding to. Oh, that's hilarious, man. That's so funny. This trade is taking quite a while. Sorry about this, chat. 80%. Getting there. We are getting there. 88, 89, 90. There we go. Finally. All right. Let's get these cards and start up a league. Please give me the cards. All right. I guess it is possible we'll do more last chance qualifiers this week too, regardless of what formats are, but do I prefer talismans or signets? Probably talismans, Zach. I think talismans are a little better. All right, let's see how this deck plays. Let's see how this deck plays. I need to trade it over real quick. We'll be good to go. Search tools, import. There we go. Alright, should have all these now. Excuse me. Alright, here we go. Time to game. Let's see if this thing works. If this deck works out. It'll be interesting. It's possible I'm going a little too hard into the artifact theme, but I think it'll be interesting. Okay, constructed. Alright, so there are more Pioneer last chances. Okay, so are there modern last chances too? Standard. There's standard. Alright, so there's a standard last chance tomorrow. I'm already queued, but I could just play this for good testing, which maybe I'll do. Anyway, let's do this. God, these standard leagues, man. So few people. We might honestly just start jamming some amount of standard on Arena just so I can get games in quicker. I think it's a lot less, like sometimes it's less about the quality of the opponents and more about just the quantity of games that I can get in. especially when trying out a brew. Try the Arena League equal. What is that? I have to go build a deck on Arena anyway. So we won't worry about it today, but maybe tomorrow that'll be something I'll do. Standard best of 3 event. Okay, that's probably pretty legit then. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, I wonder if it's better to just do that anyway. Problem is then I have to like fire up Arena and make the deck. Alright, we found an opponent. Whatever. Yep. We're gonna keep this. It's got a lot of mana, which is a little awkward, but we have a treasure map, so we can find our way through it, hopefully. Okay. Oh god, playing against a white aggro deck, that's not a good start. That's not a good draw either. Not a good draw at all. Okay. It's kind of strange timing, but I think I have to play this, and then play Foundry, and then pass, and then next turn I can go... There are a couple options. I might just need a Malcator to get, like, a blocker down. Okay. Oh, they're gonna... God damn it. They're gonna play the Knight Errant here. You're probably just going to fall a little too far behind here. Opponent being on the play. Me having a much more grindy, mid-rangey style hand. Not looking good. What did they reveal? Okay, well, Moonsmithy... Okay. Alright, now I need to think about how to sequence this game, because we actually have a very real chance now. So I think what I have to do is I have to play a Malcator this turn. Then next turn, assuming the Malcator doesn't die, I'm actually going to get to trigger the Malcator because I get to play the Foundry and then play Moonsmithy, which will give me triple artifact for turn, which will then trigger the Malcator, give me another 3/3. So, the problem is this goddamn Harbin. But we do have a Might Stone. 5 or more soldiers, not a soldier, not a soldier. Okay, so we're well off that murdering me. So yeah, here I think I just need a Malcator. The problem is they have this goddamn Virtue too. There are so many problems right now. This is very bad, but whatever. We're just going to do this. Always yield. Yep. I will unfortunately take 4. That happens. We may be able to swarm with Smithy, though. This is going to be interesting, because we are just going to get to flip the Smithy and then cast a Might Stone on the following turn. God damn it, dude. Stop having fucking Knight Errants. Come on, man. So obnoxious. Alright. Well... They hit 3rd Knight Errant. Dude, this is so garbage. Alright, well, I think the only thing I can really do here is just set up Moonsmithy. So, we need to do that. So I need to do this, and then this, play this. We actually get to trigger the Malcator again next turn. So we are, like, kind of keeping pace with their garbage here, but it's just annoying. We'll play this and hide the Field of Ruin, I guess. Although, I'm going to play the Field of Ruin. White, white, this, this. Play a Moonsmithy. I will not attack. End step. Trigger Malcator. Get another 3/3. Your turn. Okay. Wait, what? I am very confused here. Okay. Alright, so let's think about what we need to tap. I think we tap this, we tap this, we tap this. I believe we tap our 3/3s. That makes sense. Flip this. Alright, I believe I cast Might Stone and probably kill a Knight Errant. There's some argument to draw cards. This will trigger, give me a gnome, and then because this re-entered, we're already going to trigger the Malcator, so we're going to need another Malcator token here as well. I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to kill one of these. Like, I do have a treasure map, which I could play now to start scrying. I'm probably supposed to. Play this, kill thing. Yeah, we gotta try and contain the table, I think. I don't know, drawing cards is very tempting. But I think killing a 4/4 makes sense, so let's just kill one of these idiots. Zephyr Sentinel? Oh, duh, that makes sense. Kind of forgot that was a thing they could do. It's probably a bit of an error on my part, but oh well, here we are. God, this shit is a human, too. It's just a human soldier. I didn't even realize this thing was a human and a soldier. I probably punch for 9. I have to start attacking or I'm just going to lose. I play this first. Combat, attack you for 10. Oh. After I'm done playing the deck, could I write down what my conclusion is? Yeah, I mean, you're going to be doing a lot of testing with me here, too, Mr. Magic of Player 1. You're going to help me figure out how good it is. There are a lot of different iterations to try. But anyway, I guess I wait to scry. Let's attack for 10. said, we're going to get another Malcator token here, so I think I will survive. Okay. They take 10. They only have 4 soldiers currently, so they cannot kill me yet, so that's good. Malcator triggers again. Okay, and now we have some lethal gnomes. This is a very interesting game, because now they're just in the double abyss, so like... Yeah, this is a sweet game of Magic. That thing's really goddamn annoying, too. I mean, we knew they had it, but... Is that a soldier? It is not. Oh my god. Alright, so they're gonna gain a bunch of... God damn it, dude. Alright, we still may have them in the Abyss, though. Because any artifact is gonna mean I have 3 13-13s. Yeah, that's a Knight Errant of Eos there. Set an upkeep stop. We certainly need an upkeep stop here. God. Okay, they get the Zephyr Sentinel again. Pretty annoying. God, I wish I would have played around this Zephyr Sentinel last turn and just drawn cards. We would have been in... I almost drew cards, too. I was so close. Whatever. I genuinely believe this game still might be winnable. Because them being in the double abyss is very interesting. Although I just think it to block and then just flash in this stupid Zephyr Sentinel bullshit. We'll see what happens. Oh, that is not good. Bottom. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. Scry again. Well, that's pretty good. We're certainly keeping that. What's cool about the smithy... Well, I guess that's not actually that interesting, but we can do some cool tricks by looping it, potentially. Let's tap this. Let's tap this. Let's tap this. Cast this trigger. So now we have 4 14-14s. This is yet again going to trigger Malcator. We're also going to have 4 3-3. This is where we needed Thrill Seeker. Yeah, Thrill Seeker would be a cool card in this kind of deck, certainly. And this is going to flash... Wait, really? Okay. I'm a little confused here, to be honest. There's no real reason to hold this, as far as I can think of, so I'm going to play it. Oh, you know what? I think Harbin kills me, doesn't it? Well, now Harbin definitely kills me because it makes multiple soldiers. Damn. It was a pretty close game. My opponent had a very busted draw, the old double Knight Errant of Eos. unfortunately, everything gains flying. Other Seraph is probably good. I wonder if Tidebinder is good against this deck. Just if they Ranger Vios, we just say no. I do not hate that, to be honest. Braided Net, way too slow here, I think. Mightstone, Weakstone, I think is too slow too. So what if we just like cut all these? We bring in the glyphs. We bring in some Tidebinders. We do something kind of like this. Maybe one less treasure map. Although I do think map is good. I think we probably don't want all 4 versus an aggro deck. Let's see how this plays. Definitely gonna keep. All right, let's go on a trail here. Both those cards are fine, but not. I think I bought them both, honestly. I do not think that's really what I want. Like, we kind of need another land, so we can just go Malktor into Tote. Okay, that's pretty nuts, too. Play this. Go. But Malktor, now we can go Malktor into Moonsmithy, and then into Tote. So frustrating, man. All right, I think I'm gonna Candy Trail and try to find a land and then pop one of these off. All right, well, we found 2 lands. I only really think I need 1 land, but maybe I'm okay to have multiple. I guess lands are fine. It's hard to not want them. Especially because I have more trails I can pop off. Yeah, I'm going to keep. Play this, go. Okay. Them being aggressive is hopefully good for me. Means they don't have the Convoke guy, so that's good. Wedding announcement. Yeah, that's annoying. Alright, so how do I want to sequence this game? Could just go Moonsmithy. I can't flip it yet, though. So I don't know that I love it. But it is the most mana-efficient play. It's another line, and this one makes some amount of sense, I guess, is just play Malcator, pop Candy Trail. I could also just Moonsmithy and try to high roll a double spell here next turn. That would be pretty good. That's tough. Moonsmithy. I feel like I'm probably supposed to Moonsmithy, to be honest. The double spell with Malcator Tote next turn is just so good if we're able to get there. Sure. Okay. Okay. Huh. Huh, huh, huh. I'm gonna play Malcator and see what they do. Okay. I believe I attack for 6. This shit is so annoying, dude. This deck is so annoying. Yep. So I get to pick that up, flash that in. Try to eat that thing with this Dusk Rose. I think that makes sense. Sacking off the Candy Trail. Yeah. Maybe I just shouldn't have even played the Malcator. Maybe I was supposed to just leave up Tidebinder to Tidebinder this thing's trigger. It's so tricky. Certainly not an easy call to make. Malcolm. Only soldiers. Is Malcolm's not a soldier, is it? No. Siren Pirate. Yep. I do get to flip this thing. This smithy next turn, but this deck is just so good at just having infinite blocks. It's so obnoxious. Oh my god, another announcement. Oof. Brutal. You draw some cards. Uh-huh. So tap here, tap here, tap here, tap here, and I guess I just don't attack this turn. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Do that. Tinkerer's Tote. Cast trigger. Get a thing. This will end up triggering the Malcator as well. And I can turn the tote into a candy trail, which is not exactly impressive, but something I can do. Another thing. I think I just have to let... Yeah, that happens. That's fine. I could Tidebinder this, but I think that's poor. Alright, I think I might Tidebinder. Well... No, I won't Tidebinder that. Never mind. Awkward. Like, I could Tidebinder this now, but I think at this point that would be a mistake. I guess I can Tidebinder the wedding announcement trigger. Okay, now I'm going to Tidebinder this garbage. This deck is so annoying, dude. Yep, you got it. Still gonna draw a card there too. That was not an exciting draw, to say the least. Alright, we do get to sack our tote to get... Okay, so... Let's do this. Sacking tote. Exiling tote, I should say. See if we can hit anything good here. That is certainly not good. I mean, attacking with these is like... I'm definitely doing it. Send these. Can't sit here and not attack, that's for sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna
pop this off just in case we get lucky and hit something that I can cast. Okay, go ahead. I mean, that is very good, but probably not going to be good enough. So you could always draw a glyph. Glyph is how we get out of this game, I think. Excuse me. The problem is they have this recruitment officer too, which is super annoying. Let's cast this. Could theoretically, I could turn Moonsmithy into Candy Trail again, which may actually be worth. Probably is worth, to be completely honest. Okay, and that's going to trigger Malkator again as well, so you're going to get another 3/3 here. I'm just going to punch in for 26, see what they do. Send these. They probably just go Chump again. That's if I'm lucky, they'll go Chump. There are a bunch of lines they could take, to be honest. Block. Okay, then they'll activate the recruitment officer, I assume. Yeah, I guess they don't need to block both. Maybe they won't. They probably won't. They're probably trying to set up an alpha. Okay. I'm sure that is just horrible for me. Get a Candy Trail down, get a Scry. Malkator's fine. Don't know that it'll be good enough, but we'll see. I'm assuming I'm gonna die, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. God damn, dude. I think they have lethal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 blockers. They have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They have exactly enough to kill me, I'm pretty sure. Just so frustrating. Oh, they have more than that because they have the fortified beach front or whatever. So they just need to do the math, but I think they have me.
favorite primetime channels are on YouTube. Now you can watch the TV and movies you love, from Paramount Plus, Stars, NFL Sunday Ticket, and a whole lot more. Find your favorite movies and TV here on YouTube.
Yeah, very dead. So obnoxious. So goddamn obnoxious. Alright, well, that was frustrating, actually. Alright, I think we're going to wait until tomorrow to keep playing Standard, but yeah, they just went a little too wide. Maybe I just... I don't know. I don't think I could have done a whole lot. It would need more glit. Like, if that deck is super good... I mean, they kind of just had everything both games. It was very frustrating. That deck's so because they can just, like, I could say the glyph would be good, but they just counter that shit. Like, I don't know. That deck is... that is a deck I need to test, honestly. That deck is so stupid. It just gets to do so much with the mana it holds up. But anyway, that is going to do it for me, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. We'll go ahead and try to hit up a Doomwake here with a raid, probably. Let's see if he is still on. I would imagine he might be. He sure is. All right, let's hit him up with a raid. Looks like he's playing some Vintage Cube. It's nice. All right, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, I'll see you then.